Section 76 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 2. Sea Breezes. Whence come they? From the incommensurable. For the spread of their wings they require the diameter of the ocean gulf. Their huge pinions need the indefinite space of solitudes. The Atlantic, the Pacific, those vast blue openings are what suits them. They render them somber. There they fly in flocks. Commander Page once saw 7 waterspouts at one time on the high seas. There they were ferocious. They premeditated disasters. Their labor is the eternal rise and fall of the waves. What they can do no one knows. What they wish no man can say. They are the sphinxes of the abyss, and Gamma has their Oedipus. In that obscurity of the expanse ever moving, they appear as cloud faces. He who perceives their livid features in that dispersion which is the horizon of the sea feels himself in the presence of irreducible force. One would say that human intelligence disquiets them, and that they are resenting it. Intelligence is invincible, but the element is impregnable. What is to be done against the undiscernible? The breeze turns into a club, then becomes a breeze again. The winds combat by crushing, and defend themselves by vanishing. He who encounters them is driven to the use of artifices. Their varying assault, full of rebounds, confuses. They have as much power of flight as of attack. They are impalpable and tenacious. How is one to conquer them? The prow of the ship Argo, carved from an oak from the grove of Dodona, at once both prow and pilot, was wont to speak with them. They insulted that goddess prow. Christopher Columbus, on seeing them advancing toward the Pinta, mounted the poop and addressed to them the first verses of the Gospel according to St. John. Surkoff defied them. "Here's the gang," he said. Napier fired cannon at them. They hold the dictatorship of chaos. They control chaos. What do they do with it? Something implacable. The den of the winds is more monstrous than the den of lions. What corpses beneath those bottomless depths! The winds push on the great obscure and ghastly mass without pity. They commit deeds which resemble crimes. One knows not upon whom they cast the white fragments of foam which they tear away. What impious ferocity in shipwreck! What an affront to Providence! They appear at times to be spitting into the face of God. They are the tyrants of the unknown regions. "Luoghi spaventosi," murmured the mariners of Venice, "regions of terror." The quivering space submits to their deeds of violence. What takes place in those great deserted regions is inexpressible. Some equestrian shape seems to be galloping through the shadow. The air makes a noise like that of a forest. One sees nothing, but hears troops of cavalry. It is midday. All at once it changes into night. A tornado passes by. It is midnight. Suddenly it becomes day. The polar effluvium has been lighted. Whirlwinds passed in opposite directions, a sort of hideous dance, a trampling of scourges on the element. A too heavy cloud breaks in the middle and falls piecemeal into the sea. Other clouds, full of crimson, lighten and thunder, then grow lugubriously dark. The cloud, emptied of its thunder, turns black. It is an extinguished coal. Sacks of rain burst into fog. Yonder, where it rains, there is a fiery furnace. There a wave, from whence darts forth a flame. The white gleam of the sea beneath the downpour lights up surprising distances. One beholds thicknesses, wherein resemblances wander and grow deformed. Monstrous navels form hollows in the clouds. The vapors whirl, The waves spin, intoxicated naiads roll. As far as the eye can see, the massive and flaccid sea moves without displacement. All is livid. Desperate cries proceed from this pallor. In the depths of the inaccessible obscurity shiver great sheaves of gloom. At times there comes a paroxysm. The rumor becomes a tumult, just as the wave becomes a surge. The horizon, a confused pile of billows, endless oscillation, murmurs in a constant bass. Sudden bursts of uproar break out there. One thinks that one hears hydras sneezing. Cold blasts come, then hot ones. The trepidation of the sea announces a terror which is all expectant. It is quietude, anguish, profound terror of the waters. Suddenly the hurricane, like a beast, comes down to drink from the ocean. Unprecedented suction. The water ascends towards the invisible mouth. A cupping glass is formed. The tumor swells. It is the waterspout. The prester of the ancients, a stalactite above, a stalagmite below, a double inverse whirling cone, one point balanced upon the other, the kiss of two mountains, a mountain of foam rising, a mountain of cloud descending, a terrible coition of the wave and the shadow. The waterspout, like the pillar of the Bible, is cloudy by day and luminous by night. In the presence of the waterspout, the thunder holds its peace. It seems to be afraid of it. The vast commotion of solitudes has a gamut, a formidable crescendo. The blow, the gust, the squall, the storm, the wild hurricane, the tempest, the waterspout, the seven chords of the lyre of the winds, the seven notes of the abyss. The sky is a breadth, the sea is a roundness. A breath passes, nothing remains of all this, all is fury and confusion. Such are these forbidding places. The winds rush, fly, swoop down, finish, begin again, soar, hiss, roar, laugh. Frantic, wanton, unbridled, taking their ease on the irascible wave. These howlings have a harmony. They make the whole sky sonorous. They blow into the cloud as into a trumpet. They put their mouths to space, and they sing in the infinite with all the mingled voices of clarions, conch shells, bugles, and trumpets, a sort of Promethean flourish. He who hears them is listening to Pan. The frightful thing about it is what they play. They have a colossal joy composed of shadow. They have a battue of vessels in the solitudes, without truce, day and night, at all seasons, at the tropics as at the poles, sounding their distracting trumpet. They follow through the thickets of the clouds and the waves the great black hunt of shipwrecks. They are masters of the hounds. They amuse themselves. They make the waves. Their dogs bark at the rocks. They gather and disperse the clouds. They knead the suppleness of the immense water, as with millions of hands. The water is supple because it is incompressible. It glides away from under the effort. Borne down on one side, it escapes on the other. It is thus that the water becomes a wave. The wave is its liberty. End of Chapter 2, Sea Breezes. Section 77 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 3, Explanation of the noise to which Gilliatt listened. The great descent of the winds towards the earth takes place at the equinoxes. At these epochs the balance of the tropics and the poles sways up and down, and the colossal atmospheric tide pours its flood upon one hemisphere and its ebb upon the other. There are constellations which signify these phenomena: Libra, the balance, and Aquarius, the water-bearer. It is the time of tempests. The sea waits and preserves silence. Sometimes the sky wears an evil look. It is pallid, a great dark veil obscures it. Mariners gaze with anxiety at the irritated aspect of the gloom. But it is its satisfied aspect which they fear the most. A smiling equinoctial sky is the storm showing a velvet paw. With such skies, the Tower of Weepers at Amsterdam is filled with women scanning the horizon. When the vernal or autumnal tempest is behind time, it is only gathering up strength. It hoards up for ravages. Distrust arrearages. Ango was wont to say, "The sea is a good paymaster." When the delay has been too long, the sea displays its impatience only by more calm, but the magnetic tension is manifested by what may be called the inflammation of the water. Gleams leap from the waves. Electric air, phosphoric water. Sailors feel languid. This time is particularly perilous for ironclads. Their iron hulls may be productive of variations of the compass, and destroy them. The transatlantic steamer, the Iowa, note, probably intended for Iowa, perished from this cause. For those who are familiar with the sea, its aspect at such moments is strange. One would say that it desired and feared the cyclone. Certain unions, though strongly urged by nature, are accepted in this fashion. The lioness in heat flees before the lion. The sea is also in heat, hence its trembling. The immense marriage is about to take place. This marriage, like the bridals of the emperor of old, is celebrated by exterminations. It is a festival seasoned with disasters. Meanwhile, from the distance, from the open sea, from the impregnable latitudes, from the livid horizon of solitudes, from the depths of boundless liberty, the winds arrive. Pay attention, it is the equinoctial fact. A tempest is a thing that plots mischief. Ancient mythology caught a glimpse of these indistinct personalities mingled with vast, diffused nature. Aeolus lays his plans with Boreas. The alliance between element and element is necessary. They distribute the task among themselves. Impulsions must be communicated to the wave, to the cloud, to the effluvium. Night is an auxiliary. It is important that it should be employed. There are compasses to be falsified, beacons to be extinguished, lighthouses to be masked, stars to be hidden. The sea must cooperate. Every storm is preceded by a murmur. Behind the horizon the preliminary whispering of the hurricanes is in progress. The noise which one hears lies far away in the gloom, above the frightened silence of the sea. Gilliatt had heard this redoubtable whisper. The phosphorescence had been the first warning. This murmur was the second. If the demon legion exists, it is assuredly he who is the wind. The wind is multiple, but the air is one. Hence this result. All storms are mixed. The unity of the air exacts this. The whole abyss is involved in a tempest. The entire ocean is contained in a squall. Its total forces enter into it in line, and take part. A wave is the gulf from below, a gust is the gulf from above. To have to deal with a squall is to have to do with all the sea and all the sky. Messier, the naval authority, the thoughtful astronomer of the little lodge at Cluny, said, "The wind is from everywhere, and is everywhere." He did not believe in imprisoned winds, even in inland seas. There were no Mediterranean winds for him. He said that he recognized them on their passage. He affirmed that on such a day, at such an hour, the Föhn of Lake Constance, the ancient Favonius of Lucretius, had traversed the horizon of Paris. On such another day, the Bora of the Adriatic. On such another day, the gyrating Notus, which is said to be shut up in the circle of the Cyclades. He indicated its emanations. He did not think that the south wind which whirls between Malta and Tunis, and the south wind which blows between Corsica and the Balearic Isles, were unable to escape. He did not admit that there were winds confined like bears in cages. He said, "All rain comes from the tropics and all lightning from the poles." The wind is, in fact, saturated with electricity at the intersection of the couloirs, which marks the extremities of the axis, and with water at the equator. And it brings us liquid from the equatorial line and fluid from the poles. Ubiquity is the wind. This, of course, does not mean that windy zones do not exist. Nothing is more firmly established than these afflations with continual currents, and some day aerial navigation by means of airships, which in our mania for the Greek we call aeroscaphes, will utilize the principal currents. The canalization of the air by the wind is incontestable. There are rivers of wind, streams of wind, and brooks of wind. Only these branchings in the air are made in a directly opposite way from branchings of the water. Here it is the brooks which flow from the streams, and the streams from the rivers, instead of falling into them. Hence, instead of concentration, dispersion. It is this dispersion which constitutes the solidarity of the winds and the unity of the atmosphere. One molecule displaces another. The whole wind moves together. To these deep-seated causes of amalgamation, add to the relief of the globe, piercing the atmosphere by all its mountains, causing knots and torsions in the courses of the wind, and determining counter-currents in all directions. Unlimited irradiation. The phenomenon of the wind is the oscillation of two oceans, one upon the other. The ocean of air, superimposed on the ocean of water, rests upon this flight and wavers on this trembling. The indivisible is not to be put into compartments. There is no partition between one flood and the other. The Channel Islands feel the influence of the Cape of Good Hope. Universal navigation contends against a single monster. The whole sea is the same hydra. Waves cover the sea as with a coat of scales. The ocean is Ceto. Upon that unity descends the innumerable. End of Chapter 3. Explanation of the noise to which Gilliatt listened. Section 78 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 4. Turba Turma. For the compass there are 32 winds, that is to say, 32 directions, but these directions may be subdivided indefinitely. The wind classed by its directions is the incalculable. Classed by its kinds, it is the infinite. Homer would have shrunk from the enumeration of them. The polar current comes in contact with the tropical current. Here heat and cold combined. Equilibrium begins with the shock. The surge of the winds springs forth from it, swollen, scattered, and torn in all directions into fierce tricklings. The dispersion of the gusts shakes the prodigious disshevelment to the four corners of the horizon. All the winds blow there, the wind from the Gulf Stream, which pours out so much fog on Newfoundland, the wind from Peru, a region with a mute heaven where no man has ever heard thunder, the wind of Nova Scotia, where flies the great auk alca impenis with striped beak, the iron whirlwinds of the China seas, the wind of Mozambique, which abuses the pancays and junks, the electric wind of Japan, announced by the gong, the African wind which dwells between Table Mountain and the Devil's Peak, and which there gains its liberty, the wind of the equator, which passes above the trade winds and describes a parabola whose summit always points to the west, the Plutonian wind, which issues from craters and which is the terrible breath of the flame, the strange wind peculiar to the volcano of Awa, which always causes an olive-hued cloud to rise in the north, the monsoon of Java, against which the casemates called hurricane houses are built, the north wind with its branches, which the English call bush winds, the curved gusts of the Straits of Malacca, observed by Horsburgh, the powerful southwest wind called pampero in Chile and rebojo at Buenos Aires, which bears the condor far out to sea and saves it from the pit where the savage, lying flat on his back and bending his great bow with his feet, is lying in wait for it under an ox-hide freshly flayed, the chemical wind, which, according to Lemery, makes thunderstones in the cloud, the harmattan of the Kaffirs, the polar snow wind, which harnesses itself to the fast ice and drags the eternal icebergs, the wind from the Gulf of Bengal, which goes as far as Nizhny Novgorod to sack the triangle of wooden booths wherein is held the Asiatic fair, the wind of Cordilleras, agitator of great waves and great forests, the wind of the Australian archipelagos, where the honey hunters ferret out the wild hives concealed beneath the armpits of the branches of the giant eucalyptus, the sirocco, the mistral, the hurricane, the winds of drought, the winds of inundation, the diluvial, the torrid, those which cast into the streets of Genoa the dust from the plains of Brazil, those which obey the diurnal rotation, those which act in opposition, and which caused Herrera to say, "Malo viento torna contra el sol." It's an evil wind that turns contrary to the sun. Those which go in couples, conspiring to overthrow, the one undoing what the other does, and the ancient winds which assailed Christopher Columbus on the coast of Veraguas, and those which, for the space of 40 days, from the 21st of October to the 28th of November, 1520, delayed and rendered doubtful Magellan's entrance into the Pacific, and those which dismasted the Armada and blew upon Philip II. There are still others, and how is their end to be reached? The winds which carry toads and grasshoppers, and drive before them clouds of living things across the ocean, those which effect what is called the veering of the wind, and whose function is to compel shipwrecks, those which, with a single breath, displace the cargo in the vessel and compel her to continue her course leaning over, the winds which construct the circumcumuli, the winds which mass the circumstrati, the heavy blind winds swollen with rain, the hail winds, the fever winds, those whose approach sets the salt springs and the sulphur springs of Calabria boiling, those which make the hair of the African panthers sparkle as they roam the thickets of Cape Pharaoh, those which come shaking from the cloud like the tongue of a poisonous serpent, the frightful forked lightning, those which bring black snow. Such is the region. The Douvres reef, at the moment when Gilliatt was constructing his breakwater, heard its distant gallop. We have just said that the wind is the combination of all the winds. This whole horde was arriving. On the one hand, this legion, on the other, Gilliatt. End of chapter 4. Turba Turma. Section 79 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 5. Gilliatt has his choice. The mysterious forces had chosen their time well. Chance, if such a thing exists, is far-seeing. As long as the boat had been stabled in the Man Inlet, as long as the machinery had been boxed into the wreck, Gilliatt was impregnable. The boat was safe, the machinery was under shelter. The Douvres, which held the machinery, condemned it to slow destruction, but protected it against surprise. In any case, one resource remained to Gilliatt. If the machinery were destroyed, Gilliatt was not destroyed. He had the boat to save himself. But to wait until the boat was withdrawn from the anchorage where it was inaccessible, to let it be entangled in a defile of the Douvre, to wait patiently until it also was caught by the reef, to permit Gilliatt to effect the salvage, the lowering and embarkation of the engine, not to interfere with this marvelous work which placed everything in the boat, to consent to this success, therein lay the trap. There the sombre ruse of the abyss, a sort of sinister feature, allowed itself to be seen. At that hour the machinery, the boat, and Gilliatt were all within the gorge of rocks. They formed but one group. The boat dashed on the reef, the machinery sent to the bottom. Gilliatt drowned was all the matter of a single effort directed upon a single point. All could be finished at once, at the same time, and without dispersion. All could be crushed with one blow. No situation could be more critical than was that of Gilliatt. The possible sphinx suspected by the dreamers as being in the depths of the gloom seemed to be propounding a dilemma to him: remain or depart. To depart was madness. To remain, frightful. End of chapter 5. Gilliatt has his choice. Section 80 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording was in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 6. The Combat. Gilliatt climbed upon the great Douvre. From thence he surveyed the whole sea. The west was startling. A wall was rising from it. A great wall of cloud, barring the expanse from side to side, was mounting slowly from the horizon towards the zenith. This wall, rectilinear, vertical, without a flaw through all its height, without a rent in its ridge, appeared built with the square and leveled with the plumb line. It was a cloud which resembled granite. The escarpment of this cloud, perfectly perpendicular at its southern extremity, curved a little towards the north, like a bent piece of sheet iron, and presented the vague slope of an inclined plane. This wall of fog enlarged and grew, without its entablature ceasing for a moment to appear parallel to the line of the horizon, almost indistinct in the gathering gloom. This wall of air rose in one piece, in silence. Not an undulation, not a wrinkle, not a projection, to deform or displace it. This immobility in movement was lugubrious. The sun, pallid behind some indescribable, unhealthy transparence, illuminated this apocalyptic outline. The cloud had already invaded half of space. One would have pronounced it the frightful slope of the abyss. It was something like the rising of a mountain of shadow between earth and heaven. It was the ascent of night in broad daylight. There was the heat in the air, as from a stove. A reek, as from a vapor bath, was given off by this mysterious accumulation. The sky, which had been blue, turned to white, and from white had become slaty gray. The sea beneath, dull and leaden-hued, was another enormous slate. Not a breath, not a wave, not a sound. As far as the eye could reach, the desert ocean. Not a sail on either side. The birds had hidden themselves. One felt conscious of treachery in the infinite. The enlargement of all this shadow was insensibly amplified. The moving mountain of vapors, which was directing its course towards the Douvre, was one of those clouds which may be called the clouds of combat, sinister clouds. Through these obscure masses you know not what strabism is gazing at you. This approach was terrible. Gilliatt scrutinized the cloud intently, and muttered between his teeth, "I am thirsty. You are going to furnish me with water." He remained motionless for a few moments, with his eyes fixed on the cloud. One would have said that he was taking the measure of the tempest. His galley cap was in the pocket of his pea-jacket. He drew it out and put it on. He took his reserve of clothing from the hole in which he had slept so long. He put on his leggings and donned his tarpaulin coat, like a knight putting on his armor at the moment of battle. The reader knows that he no longer had any shoes, but his bare feet were hardened to the rocks. His war toilette completed, he scanned his breakwater, grasped his knotted rope, briskly descended from the plateau of the Douvres, set foot on the rocks below, and ran to his storehouse. A few moments later he was at work. The vast, mute cloud could hear the blows of his hammer. What was Gilliatt doing? With what spikes, ropes, and beams he had left, he was constructing a second breakwater across the eastern entrance, 10 or 12 feet behind the first. The silence was still profound. The blades of grass in the crevices of the rock did not quiver. Suddenly the sun disappeared. Gilliatt raised his head. The rising cloud had just reached the sun. It was like an extinction of the day, replaced by a mixed and pallid reflection. The wall of cloud had changed its aspect. It no longer preserved its unity. It had wrinkled horizontally on touching the zenith, whence it overhung the rest of the sky. It now had its strata. The formation of the tempest was there sketched out like the section of a trench. One could distinguish the layers of rain and the layers of hail. There was no lightning, but a horrible diffused light, for the idea of horror may be attached to the idea of light. The vague breathing of the ocean was audible. This silence palpitated obscurely. Gilliatt, silent also, watched all these blocks of fog grouping themselves overhead, and the deformity of the clouds in construction. On the horizon brooded and spread out a band of ash-colored mist, and in the zenith another of lead-colored, livid strips hung from the clouds above upon the fogs below. The whole background, which was composed of the wall of clouds, was wan, milky, earth-colored, gloomy, indescribable. A thin, whitish, transverse cloud, which had come from some unknown source, cut the high, gloomy wall from north to south. One of the extremities of this cloud trailed in the sea. At the point where it touched the confusion of the waves, a dense red vapor was visible. Below the long, pale cloud, small clouds, very low and perfectly black, were flying in opposite directions from each other, as though they knew not what to do. The mighty cloud in the background increased in all parts at once, darkened the eclipse, and continued its lugubrious interposition. Only a porch of clear sky was left in the east, behind Gilliatt, and that was about to close. Without the impression that there was any wind, a strange diffusion of grayish down passed by, scattered and in morsels, as though some gigantic bird had just been plucked of its plumage behind that wall of shadows. A platform of compact blackness had formed, which touched the sea at the extreme horizon, and there mingled with the night. One felt something advancing towards him. It was vast and ponderous and ferocious. The obscurity thickened. All at once a tremendous peal of thunder burst forth. Gilliatt himself felt the shock. There is somewhat of the dream in thunder. This brutal reality in the region of visions has something terrifying about it. One thinks that one hears the fall of a piece of furniture in the chamber of giants. No electric flash accompanied the peal. It was like black thunder. Silence settled down again. There was a sort of interval, as when one is taking up a position. Then huge, shapeless flashes of lightning made their appearances slowly, one after the other. These flashes were dumb, no roar. At each flash everything was lighted up. The wall of clouds was now a cavern. There were vaults and arches. Silhouettes were to be distinguished there. Monstrous heads were roughly outlined. Rocks seemed to stretch themselves forward. Elephants bearing turrets vanished when one had caught a glimpse of them. A column of fog, erect, round, and black, surmounted by a white vapor, simulated the smokestack of a colossal sunken steamer, hissing and smoking below the waves. Sheets of cloud undulated. One fancied that one beheld folds of giant flags. In the center, beneath crimson denseness, was buried, motionless, a nucleus of fog, dense, inert, impenetrable to the electric sparks, a sort of hideous fetus in the womb of the tempest. Gilliatt suddenly felt a gust ruffling his hair. 3 or 4 large splashes of rain flattened themselves around him on the rock. Then came a second thunderclap. The wind rose. The expectation of the shadow was at its height. The first clap of thunder had stirred the sea. The second rent the wall of cloud from top to bottom. A hole appeared. The whole pent-up flood rushed toward it. The crevice became an open mouth, full of rain, and the vomiting forth of the tempest began. It was a frightful moment. Downpour, hurricane, fulgurations, fulminations, waves to the very clouds, foam, detonations, frantic writhings, cries, hoarse rattles, hisses all at once. An unchaining of monsters. The wind blew as though it were thunder. The rain did not fall, it dropped down bodily. For a poor man, caught like Gilliatt, with a loaded boat in a space between rocks and the open sea, no crisis could be more menacing. The danger of the tide over which Gilliatt had triumphed was as nothing beside the danger of the tempest. This was the situation. Gilliatt, around whom everything was precipice, displayed at the last minute, and in the face of supreme peril, a wise strategy. He had taken his basis of operations from the enemy. He had associated himself with the reef. The Douvre reef, formerly his adversary, was now his second in this immense duel. Gilliatt had subjected it to himself. Out of this sepulchre Gilliatt had made his fortress. He had fortified himself in that formidable dwelling of the sea. He had entrenched himself in this tremendous ruined castle of the deep. He was blockaded, but walled in there. He had, so to speak, set his back against the reef, face to face with the storm. He had barricaded the strait, that street of the waves. It was, moreover, the only thing to do. It appears that the ocean, who is a despot, can also be brought to reason with barricades. The boat could be regarded as in safety on 3 sides. Narrowly pressed between the 2 interior faces of the reef, cross-moored, it was protected on the north by the Little Douvre, on the south by the Great Douvre. Savage cliffs, more accustomed to causing shipwrecks than to preventing them. On the west it was protected by the screen of beams moored and spiked to the rocks, a tried barrier which had conquered the rude flood tide of the sea, a veritable citadel gate, having for jambs the very columns of the reef, the 2 Douvres themselves. Nothing was to be feared on that side. It was on the east that the danger lay. On the east there was nothing but the breakwater. A breakwater is a pulverizing apparatus. There must be at least 2 hurdles. Gilliatt only had time to construct 1. He was building the second in the tempest itself. Fortunately, the wind came from the northwest. The sea is guilty of awkwardness. This wind, which is the ancient Galerno, had but little effect on the Douvre rocks. It assailed the reef crosswise, and impelled the waves into neither the one nor the other of the 2 narrow entrances of the defile, so that, instead of entering a street, it dashed against a wall. The storm had made its attack badly. But the attacks of the wind are shifting. and some sudden change was to be looked for. If it veered to the east before the second lattice work of the breakwater was constructed, the peril would be great. The invasion of the lane between the rocks by the tempest would be accomplished, and all would be lost. The frenzy of the storm continued to increase. The whole tempest is blow upon blow. Therein lies its power. Therein also lies its defect. By reason of its fury it leaves a hold to intelligence, and man defends himself. But amid what destruction! Nothing is more monstrous. No respite, no interruption, no time, no pause for taking breath. There is an indescribable cowardice in this prodigality of the inexhaustible. One feels that it is the lungs of the infinite which are blowing. The whole immensity and tumult hurled itself upon the Douvre reef. Numberless voices were heard. Who was shrieking thus? The ancient panic terror was present there. At moments it seemed to speak, as though someone were issuing a command. Then clamors, clarions, strange trepidations, and that grand, majestic howl which mariners term the call of the ocean. The indefinite and fleeting spirals of the wind whistled as they convulsed the sea. The waves became disks beneath these eddies, and were flung against the rocks like gigantic quoits hurled by invisible athletes. The enormous foams streamed over all the rocks. Torrents above, foam below. Then the roars redoubled. No uproar of men or beasts can give an idea of the mingled din of these displacements of the sea. The clouds roared like cannon. The hailstones rattled like mitrailleuses. The surges leapt on high. At certain points the wind seemed motionless. At others its velocity was 20 fathoms a second. The sea was white as far as the eye could reach. 10 leagues of soapsuds filled the horizon. Doors of fire opened. Some clouds seemed burned by other clouds, and resembled smoke above the pile of red clouds which appeared like burning coals. Floating configurations came in contrast and amalgamated, changing the shape of each other. An incommensurable flood of water streamed down. The rattle of musketry firing by squads was heard in the firmament. In the middle of the canopy of gloom there was a sort of huge overturned basket whence fell, pell-mell, the waterspout, hail clouds, purple fire, phosphoric gleams, darkness, light, flashes of lightning. So formidable are these bendings of the gulf. Gilliatt appeared to be paying no attention to it. His head was bent over his work. The second hurdle was beginning to rise. To every clap of thunder he replied by a blow of his hammer. This cadence was audible amid this chaos. He was bareheaded. A gust had carried away his galley cap. His thirst was burning. He probably had fever. Pools of rain had formed around him in the hollows of the rocks. From time to time he took water in the hollow of his hand and drank. Then, without even looking to see what the storm was about, he set to work again. Everything might depend on one moment. He knew what awaited him if he did not complete his breakwater in season. What was the use of wasting a minute in watching the approach of the face of death? The confusion around him was like a boiling cauldron. There was uproar and racket. At times the thunder seemed to be descending a stairway. The electric percussions returned incessantly to the same points of the rock, which was probably veined with diorite. There were hailstones as large as the fist. Gilliatt was forced to shake the folds of his pea-jacket. His very pockets were full of hail. The storm was now from the west, and beat against the barrier of the two Douvres. But Gilliatt had confidence in this barrier, and rightly. This barrier, made of the great forward piece of the Durande, received the shock with an elastic rebound. Elasticity is a resistance. The calculations of Stevenson establish the fact that, against the water, which itself is elastic, a mass of timbers of any desired dimensions, joined and chained together in a certain way, makes a better obstacle than a breakwater of masonry. The barrier of the Douvres fulfilled these conditions. It was, moreover, so ingeniously moored that the wave, when striking it, was like the hammer which drives in the nail and pressed and consolidated it against the rock. To demolish it, it would have been necessary to overthrow the Douvres themselves. In fact, the gale only succeeded in sending a few jets of foam across the obstacle to the boat. On this side, thanks to the barrier, the tempest ended in a spitting. Gilliatt turned his back on that effort. He tranquilly heard that useless rage behind him. The flakes of foam flying from all directions resembled wool. The vast and angry water overflowed the rocks, mounted above them, entered into them, penetrated the network of interior fissures, and emerged again from the granitic masses by narrow orifices, a sort of inexhaustible mouths, which sent forth peaceful little fountains amid this deluge. Here and there threads of silver fell gracefully into the sea from these mouths. The hurdle to reinforce the eastern barrier was nearing completion, a few knots more of rope and chain, and the moment approached when that barrier would also be in a state to contend. All at once a great light appeared, the rain ceased, the clouds dispersed. The wind had just shifted, a sort of lofty twilight window opened in the zenith, and the lightning was extinguished. One might have thought it was the end. It was the beginning. The wind had jumped from southwest to northeast. The tempest was about to begin anew with a fresh troop of hurricanes. The north was about to deliver an assault, a violent assault. Mariners call this transition the return gale. The south wind has more water, the north wind more thunder and lightning. The aggression, coming now from the east, was about to attack the feeblest part. This time Gilliatt ceased his work and looked around him. He placed himself erect on a projection of overhanging rock behind the second hurdle, which was almost completed. If the first section of the breakwater were carried away, it would crush the second, which was not yet consolidated, and in this demolition it would crush Gilliatt. Gilliatt, in the place which he had chosen, would be crushed before seeing his boat, the engine, and all his work ruined in this engulfment. Such was the contingency. Gilliatt accepted it and sternly wished it. In this shipwreck of all his hopes, to die first was what he desired, to die the first, so to speak, for the machinery produced on him the effect of a person. With his left hand he lifted his hair, which had been plastered in his eyes by the rain, clasped his good hammer with the full power of his fist, threw himself back in a menacing attitude, and waited. He had not long to wait. A clap of thunder gave the signal, the pale opening in the zenith closed, a burst of the deluge hurled itself down, all became dark again, and there was no longer any torch but the lightning. The somber attack came. A powerful surge, visible in the fast following flashes of lightning, rose on the east, beyond the Man Rock. It resembled a great roll of glass. It was smooth and foamless, and barred the whole sea. It advanced towards the breakwater. As it approached, it swelled. It was an indescribable large cylinder of darkness rolling over the ocean. The thunder kept up a dull rumbling. This swell reached the Man Rock, broke in twain against it, and passed on. The two fragments rejoined, formed but one mountain of water now, and instead of being parallel to the breakwater, it became perpendicular to it. It was a wave taking the form of a beam. This battering ram flung itself upon the breakwater. The shock gave vent to a roar. All was covered with foam. Unless one has seen them, one cannot imagine these snowy avalanches which the sea precipitates, and under which it engulfs rocks more than 100 feet in height, such, for example, as the Grand Anderlo in Guernsey and the Pinnacle in Jersey. At Marie de Madagascar it leaps over the point of Tantang. For several moments the mass of water drowned everything. Nothing was visible save a furious accumulation, a vast foam. The whiteness of the winding sheet waving in the wind of the sepulchre, a mass of noise and storm beneath which extermination was at work. The foam dispersed. Gilliatt was still standing erect. The barrier had held firm. Not a chain was broken, not a nail wrested from its place. The barrier had displayed, under trial, the two qualities of breakwaters. It had been as flexible as a hurdle and as solid as a wall. The surf had dissolved into raindrops before it. A stream of foam gliding along the zigzags of the strait died away under the boat. The man who had made this muzzle for the ocean took no repose. Fortunately the storm wandered for a while. The frenzy of the waves returned to the walled parts of the reef. This was a respite. Gilliatt profited by it to complete the rear hurdle. The day terminated in this labor. The storm continued its violences on the flank of the reef with mournful solemnity. The urn of water and the urn of fire which exist in the clouds poured out incessantly, without becoming empty. The high and low undulations of the wind resembled the movements of a dragon. When night arrived, it was already there. It was not perceptible. However, the darkness was not complete. Tempests, illuminated and darkened by lightning, have intermittences of the visible and the invisible. All is white, then all is black. One is present at the exit of specters and at the re-entrance of shadows. A phosphoric zone, ruddy with the northern aurora, floated like a ray of spectral flame behind the density of the clouds. The result was a vast blanching. The breadths of the rain were luminous. These brilliances helped Gilliatt and directed him. Once he turned round and said to the lightning, "Hold the candle for me." By the aid of this light he was able to raise the rear hurdle even higher than the forward hurdle. The breakwater was almost complete. As Gilliatt was mooring to the final beam a strengthening cable, the gale struck him straight in the face. This made him raise his head. The wind had abruptly shifted round again to the northeast. The assault of the eastern entrance began again. Gilliatt cast a glance at the open sea. The breakwater was on the point of being assailed once more. There came another burst of sea. This blow of the surges was harshly dealt. A second followed it, then another, and still another. 5 or 6 in a tumult, almost together. At length a final and terrible one. This last, which was like an accumulation of forces, bore some indescribable resemblance to a living thing. It would not have been difficult to imagine in that swelling and that transparency aspects of gills and fins. It flattened itself and crushed itself on the breakwater. Its almost animal form there tore itself in a secondary spurt. On that block of rocks and timbers there was something like the vast crushing of a hydra. As the swell died away, it devastated. The water seemed to cling and bite. A profound trembling moved the reef. A roar like that of beasts was mingled with it. The foam resembled the saliva of a leviathan. When the foam subsided it allowed its ravages to be seen. This last attempt at sealing had done some work. This time the breakwater had suffered. A long and heavy beam, torn from the forward hurdle, had been hurled over the rear barrier upon the overhanging rock, chosen for a moment by Gilliatt as his post of combat. Fortunately he had not mounted it again. He would have been struck dead. There was one peculiarity in the fall of this beam, which, by preventing the timber from rebounding, saved Gilliatt from its leaps and counterblows. It even proved useful to him again, as the reader will presently see, in another manner. Between the projecting rock and the interior escarpment of the defile There was an interval, a great gap, bearing a considerable resemblance to the notch made by an axe, or to the split of a wedge. One of the ends of the beam, hurled into the air by the billows, had lodged in this gap as it fell. It had enlarged the gap. An idea occurred to Gilliatt. It was to bear down on the other end. The beam, lodged in the crack of the rock which it had enlarged, projected straight from it like an outstretched arm. This sort of arm was prolonged parallel to the interior wall of the defile, and the free end of the beam was distant from this point of support about 18 or 20 inches, a good distance for the effort to be made. Gilliatt planted himself firmly with his feet, knees, and fists against the cliff, and placed his 2 shoulders to the enormous lever. The beam was long, which increased the power of the lever. The rock was already started. Nevertheless, Gilliatt was obliged to make 4 efforts. As much perspiration as rain dripped from his hair. The 4th effort was frantic. A hoarse noise in the rock followed. The gap, prolonged into a fissure, opened like a jaw, and the heavy mass fell into the narrow space of the defile with a terrible noise, an echo to the claps of thunder. It fell straight, if this expression is permissible, that is to say, without breaking. Let the reader picture to himself a menhir precipitated in one piece. The lever beam followed the rock, and Gilliatt came near falling with it, since all gave way at once beneath him. The bottom was much encumbered with boulders at this spot, and there was but little water. The monolith landed with a splash of foam, which reached Gilliatt between the 2 great parallel rocks of the strait, and formed a transverse wall, a sort of hyphen between the 2 cliffs. Its 2 ends touched. It was a little too long, and its summit, which was a friable rock, was crushed as it fell into position. The result of this fall was a singular pocket, which may be seen at the present day. The water behind this barrier of stone is almost always tranquil. This was a still more invincible barrier than the section of the forepart of the Durande adjusted between the 2 Douvres. This barrier came in opportunely. The attacks of the sea continued. The waves always wax obstinate over an obstacle. The first screen was injured, and was already beginning to come unjointed. One mesh broken in a breakwater becomes serious injury. The enlargement of the aperture is inevitable, and there is no means of repairing the breach. The swell would sweep away the worker. An electric flash which illuminated the reef revealed to Gilliatt the havoc which had been made in the breakwater. The beams thrown out of position, the ends of cords and chains beginning to swing in the wind, and a rent in the center of the apparatus. The 2nd hurdle was intact. The block of stone, so powerfully cast by Gilliatt into the space behind the breakwater, was the most solid of barricades, but it had one defect: it was too low. The billows could not break it, but they could cross it. Raising it higher was not to be thought of. Only masses of rock could be superimposed on this stone barrier to any purpose. But how were they to be detached, how moved, how raised, how piled up, how fastened? Timber work may be added, but not rocks. Gilliatt was not Enceladus. The lack of height in this little isthmus troubled Gilliatt. This defect was not long in making itself felt. The gusts no longer ceased their assaults upon the breakwater. They did more than rage. One would have said that they devoted themselves to its destruction. A sort of trampling could be heard upon that much shaken framework. All at once a fragment of a binding strake, detached from the dislocated barrier, leapt from behind the 2nd hurdle, flew over the transverse rock, and landed in the defile, where the water seized it and carried it into the windings of the lane. Gilliatt lost sight of it. It is probable that the fragment of beam struck the boat. Fortunately, in the interior of the reef, the water, enclosed on all sides, hardly felt the external turmoil. There was but little swell, and the shock could not be very severe. Moreover, Gilliatt had no time to attend to this injury, if injury there were. All sorts of dangers rose at once. The tempest was concentrating itself upon the vulnerable point. A catastrophe lay before him. The darkness was profound for a moment. The lightning ceased. Sinister connivance. The cloud and the sea became one. There came a dull crash. This crash was followed by an uproar. Gilliatt thrust forward his head. The hurdle which formed the front of the barrier was stove in. The tips of the beams could be seen leaping in the waves. The sea made use of the first breakwater to effect a breach in the second. Gilliatt felt what a general would feel on seeing his vanguard driven in. The second barrier of beams resisted the shock. The rear armament was strongly bound and counter-buttressed, but the broken hurdle was heavy. It was at the mercy of the waves, which dashed it forward, then snatched it back. The ligatures which remained prevented its falling apart and maintained for it its entire volume, and the qualities which Gilliatt had imparted to it as a weapon of defense resulted in making of it an excellent engine of destruction. From a shield it had been converted into a club. Moreover, it was bristling with breaks. The ends of timbers projected from it in every direction, and it was as though covered with teeth and spurs. There could be no blunt weapon more formidable and more fitted to be handled by the tempest. It was the projectile, and the sea was the catapult. The blows followed each other with a sort of tragic regularity. Gilliatt, standing thoughtfully behind this door barricaded by himself, listened to these knocks of death which was desirous of entering. He reflected bitterly that, had it not been for that smokestack of the Durande, so fatally retained by the wreck, he would at that moment be in Guernsey, which he would have reached that morning, and in port with the boat in security and the machinery saved. The thing which he had feared was realized. The breach took place. It was like a death rattle. All the timber work of the breakwater at once. The two armaments, confounded and crushed together, came in a hollow spout of billows and dashed against the stone barrier like a chaos on a mountain, and there paused. It was no longer anything but a heap, a shapeless thicket of beams, penetrable by the waves, but still pulverizing them. This conquered rampart went through the death struggle heroically. The sea had shattered it. It broke the sea. Though overthrown, it remained efficacious to some extent. The rock which formed the barrier, an obstacle impossible to withdraw, held it by the foot. The defile was, as we have said, very narrow at this point. The victorious whirlwind had thrust back, mingled and piled up all the breakwater in a block in that choked entrance. The very violence of the thrust, by heaping up the mass and ramming the broken ends of some into the others, had made of this demolition a solid ruin. It was destroyed, but impregnable. A few pieces of wood only had been torn away. The waves scattered them. One passed through the air very close to Gilliatt. He felt the wind from it on his brow. But several great surges, those great surges which return with imperturbable irregularity in storms, leaped over the ruins of the breakwater. They fell into the pass, and in spite of the elbows made by the alley, they raised the level there. The water and the strait began to be angrily agitated. The mysterious kiss of the waves and rocks began to be accentuated. How was this agitation to be kept from propagating itself as far as the boat? Not much time would be required for these gusts to set the whole water inside in a tempest, and a few dashes of the sea would scuttle the boat and send the engine to the bottom. Gilliatt meditated and shuddered. But he was not disconcerted. No defeat was possible for that soul. The hurricane had now found the point, and plunged frantically between the two walls of the strait. All at once, some distance behind Gilliatt, a crash more frightful than all that Gilliatt had heard up to that time resounded and prolonged itself in the pass. It was in the direction of his boat. Something fatal was taking place there. Gilliatt ran towards it. From the eastern entrance where he stood he could not see the boat because of the zigzags in the lane. At the last turn he halted and waited for a flash of lightning. The flash came and showed him the situation. The dash of the billows from the east had been answered by a gust of wind on the western entrance. A disaster was outlined there. The paunch had suffered no visible injury. Moored as it was but little exposed, but the carcass of the Durande was in distress. This ruin, in such a tempest, presented a large surface. It was entirely out of the water, in the air, exposed to disaster. The hole which Gilliatt had made in it, in order to extract the machinery, had completed the weakening of the hull. The keelson was cut through. This skeleton's vertebral column was broken. The hurricane had breathed upon it. Nothing more was required. The platform of the bridge had folded like a book opening. Dismemberment had taken place. It was this crash which had reached Gilliatt's ears through the storm. What he beheld on his approach appeared almost irremediable. The square incision which he had made had become a wound. Of this cut the wind had made a fracture. This transverse break cut the wreck in two. The after part adjoining the boat had remained firm in its vise of rocks. The forward part, that which faced Gilliatt, was hanging suspended. A fracture is a hinge so long as it holds good. This mass was oscillating on its breaks as though on joints, and the wind was swaying it to and fro with a doleful noise. Fortunately the boat was no longer beneath it, but this swaying shook the other half of the hull, which was still wedged and motionless between the two Douvres. The distance between shaking and wrenching loose is not great. With the persistence of the wind, the dislocated part might suddenly drag down the other, which almost touched the boat, and all, boat and engine, would be engulfed in this overthrow. Gilliatt had this before his eyes. It was a catastrophe. How was it to be averted? Gilliatt was one of those who snatch the means of safety from the danger itself. He pondered for a moment. Gilliatt went to his arsenal and took his axe. The hammer had worked well. Now it was the axe's turn. Then Gilliatt climbed upon the wreck once more. He took footing on the part of the bridge which had not given way, and, bending over the precipice between the two Douvres, he set to work to finish off the broken beams and to cut what bonds still remained on the hanging hull. The operation consisted in completing the separation of the two fragments of the wreck, in freeing the half which remained solid, and in casting into the water what the wind had seized. It was more perilous than difficult. The hanging portion of the wreck, dragged down by the wind and by its own weight, now adhered only at a few points. The wreck as a whole resembled a diptych, one half-hanging fold of which was beating against the other. 5 or 6 pieces of the framework only, bent and splintered, but not broken, still held together. Their fractures creaked and yawned more widely at every backward and forward movement of the blast, and the axe had, so to speak, only to aid the wind. The small number of these attachments, which constituted the facility of the work, also constituted its danger. All might give way at once beneath Gilliatt. The storm attained its highest point. The tempest had been only terrible. It became horrible. The convulsion of the sea was communicated to the sky. The cloud had hitherto reigned sovereign. It seemed to execute what it willed. It gave the impulse. It drove the waves to frenzy, while itself preserving an indescribable sinister lucidity. Below it was madness, above it wrath. The sky is the breath, the ocean is only the foam. Hence the authority of the wind. The hurricane is a genius. In the meanwhile the intoxication of its own horror had confused it. It was no longer anything but a whirlwind. It was blindness giving birth to night. There is a moment of frenzy in storms. It is a sort of delirium of the sky. The abyss no longer knows what it is doing. It darts its lightnings blindly. Nothing more frightful. It is the hideous hour. The trepidation of the reef was at its height. Every storm has a mysterious orientation. At that moment it loses this. This is the dangerous point in a tempest. At that instant, "The wind," said Thomas Fuller, "is a raging madman." It is at that moment in tempests that the continuous discharge of electricity takes place which Piddington calls the cascade of lightning. It is at that instant that there appears in the blackest of the cloud, to spy upon the universal terror, that circle of blue light which the ancient Spanish mariners called the eye of the tempest, el ojo de tempestad. This fearful eye rested upon Gilliatt. Gilliatt on his side watched the clouds. Now he raised his head. After each blow of the axe he straightened himself up haughtily. He was, or he seemed to be, too completely lost for pride not to come to him. Did he despair? No. Before the supreme access of rage in the ocean, he was as prudent as he was bold. He set his feet only on the solid points of the wreck. He risked his life, and preserved it. He also was at his paroxysm. His vigor had been increased tenfold. He was frenzied with intrepidity. The blows of his axe sounded like challenges. He appeared to have gained in lucidity what the tempest had lost. Pathetic conflict, inexhaustible on the one hand, indefatigable on the other. It was a struggle to see which could compel the other to lose his hold. The terrible clouds took the shape of Gorgon masks in the immensity. Every possible form of intimidation was produced. The rain came from the waves, the foam from the clouds, the phantoms of the wind bent down, the faces of meteors grew crimson and were eclipsed, leaving the obscurity more monstrous after this vanishing. There was nothing now but one downpour, coming from all quarters at once. All was ebullition. The mass of gloom overflowed. The cumulus, charged with hail, ragged, ash-colored, appeared to be seized with a whirling frenzy. There was in the air the rattling sound of dried peas shaken in a sieve. The inverse currents of electricity observed by Volta exercised their fulminating play from cloud to cloud. The prolongations of the thunder were terrible. The flashes of lightning came near to Gilliatt. He seemed to astonish the abyss. He went and came on the quivering Durande, making its deck tremble beneath his steps, striking, hewing, cutting, axe in hand, pallid in the lightning, hair streaming, barefooted, in rags, his face covered with the spittle of the sea, great in this cesspool of thunder. Adroitness alone can contend against the delirium of forces. Adroitness was Gilliatt's triumph. He desired the simultaneous fall of all the dislocated fragments. To this end he weakened the hinge fractures without wholly severing them, leaving some fibers which sustained the rest. All at once he paused, holding his axe aloft. The operation was complete. The entire piece detached itself. This half of the carcass of the Durande sank between the two rocks below Gilliatt, who stood erect on the other half, leaning forward and watching. It plunged perpendicularly into the water, splashed the rocks, and came to a halt in the narrow passage before touching bottom. Enough remained out of the water to rise above the waves by more than 12 feet. This vertical platform formed a wall between the two Douvres. Like the rock cast across a little higher up in the strait, it allowed barely a slipping of foam to filter past its two extremities, and this was the fifth barricade improvised by Gilliatt against the tempest in that street of the sea. The blind hurricane had aided in this last barricade. He was glad that the contraction had prevented this barrier from reaching quite to the bottom. This left it more height. Moreover, the water could pass beneath the obstacle which deprived the waves of their force. What passes beneath does not leap over. Therein lies in part the secret of floating breakwaters. Henceforth, whatever the clouds might do, there was nothing to fear for the boat and the engine. The water around them could no longer be disturbed. Between the enclosure of the Douvres, which covered them on the west, and the new barrier which protected them on the east, no attack from either sea or wind could reach them. Gilliatt had snatched safety from catastrophe. The clouds, in short, had assisted him. This thing done, he took a little rain-water in the hollow of his hand from a pool, drank, and said to the clouds, "Blockhead!" It is an ironical joy for combating intelligence to prove the vast stupidity of the furious forces ending in services rendered, and Gilliatt felt that immemorial desire to insult his enemy which goes back to Homer's heroes. Gilliatt descended into the boat and took advantage of the flashes of lightning to examine it. It was time that succor should be rendered to the poor bark. It had been sadly shaken during the last hour, and was beginning to give way. In that hasty glance Gilliatt perceived no injury. Nevertheless, it was certain that it had been subjected to violent shocks. The water once calmed, the hull had righted itself. The anchors had held fast. As for the machinery, its 4 chains had supported it admirably. As Gilliatt was completing his survey, a whiteness passed close to him and plunged into the gloom. It was a sea-mew. There is no better apparition in storms. When the birds arrive, it signifies that the storm is subsiding. Another excellent sign, the thunder redoubled. The supreme violences of the tempest disorganize it. All mariners know that the last burst is rough but brief. The excess of thunder announces the end. The rain suddenly ceased. Then there was nothing but a surly growl in the clouds. The storm ended like a plank falling to the earth. It broke, so to speak. The immense machinery of the clouds broke apart. A crevice of clear sky separated the shadows. Gilliatt was astonished. It was broad daylight. The tempest had lasted nearly 20 hours. The wind which had brought it carried it away. Fragments of obscurity were diffused over the horizon. The broken and flying fogs massed together pell-mell in the tumult. From one end to the other of the line of clouds there was a movement of retreat. A long, diminishing muttering could be heard. A few last drops of rain fell, and all that gloom, full of thunders, departed like a horde of terrible chariots. Suddenly the sky became blue. Gilliatt perceived that he was weary. Sleep swoops down upon fatigue like a bird of prey. Gilliatt allowed himself to give way, and dropped down in the boat without choosing his place, and fell asleep. He remained thus for several hours, inert and stretched at length, scarcely distinguished from the beams and timbers among which he lay. End of Chapter 6. The Combat. Section 81 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Book 4th. The Pitfalls of the Obstacle. Chapter 1. A man who is hungry is not the only hungry one. When he awoke he was hungry. The sea was growing calmer, but sufficient agitation lingered in the open ocean to render an immediate departure impossible. Moreover, the day was too far advanced. In order to reach Guernsey before midnight, with such a cargo as that carried by the paunch, it was necessary to start in the morning. Although pressed by hunger, Gilliatt began by stripping himself, the only means of getting warm. His garments were drenched by the storm, but the rain had washed out the salt water, which now rendered it possible to dry them. Gilliatt retained only his trousers, which he turned up to the knees. Here and there, on the projections of the rocks around him, he spread out his shirt, his pea-jacket, his tarpaulin, his leggings, and his sheepskin, fastening them down with stones. Then he bethought himself of eating. Gilliatt had recourse to his knife, which he took great pains to sharpen and to keep always in good condition, and he detached from the granite several rock-lice, of nearly the same species as the cloisonnes of the Mediterranean. As the reader knows, these are eaten alive, but after so many labors, which had been so varied and so rough, it was a meager pittance. He had no more biscuit. As for water, he no longer lacked that. He was more than refreshed, he was inundated. He took advantage of the fact that the tide was ebbing to prowl among the rocks in search of crawfish. He had seen enough of them there to hope for a successful hunt, but he did not reflect that he could no longer cook anything. If he had taken the trouble to go to his storehouse, he would have found it broken in by the rain. His wood and coal were drenched, and of his stock of tow, which stood him instead of tinder, there was not a thread which was not wet. There was no means of lighting a fire. Moreover, the bellows were disorganized. The blower of the forge hearth was broken away. The storm had sacked the workshop. With the tools which had escaped injury, Gilliatt might, at a pinch, still work as a carpenter, not as a blacksmith. But Gilliatt was not thinking of his workshop for the time being. Drawn in another direction by his stomach, he had set out in search of his repast without further thought. He wandered, not out in the direction of the gorge of the reef, but outside, among the breakers. It was in that direction that the Durande had struck on the rocks 10 weeks before. For the search in which Gilliatt was engaged, the outside of the reef was better than the inside. Crabs have a habit of crawling out in the air at low water. They are fond of warming themselves in the sun. These deformed creatures love midday. Their exit from the water into the full light is a singular thing. Their swarms render one almost indignant. When one sees them with their awkward oblique gait crawl heavily from fold to fold up the lower stages of the rocks like the steps of a staircase, one is forced to confess that the ocean has its vermin. However, that day the hermit crabs and crawfish had hidden themselves. The tempest had thrust back these solitaries into their hiding places, and they were not yet reassured. Gilliatt held his knife open in his hand, and from time to time tore off a shellfish from under the seaweed. He ate as he walked. He could not be far from the spot where Sieur Clubin had been lost. Just as Gilliatt was making up his mind to resign himself to sea urchins and sea chestnuts, a splash was made at his feet. A huge crab, frightened by his approach, had just dropped into the water. The crab did not sink so deeply that Gilliatt lost sight of it. Gilliatt set out on a run after the crab along the base of the reef. The crab sought to escape. Suddenly he was no longer in sight. The crab had just hidden in some crevice under the rock. Gilliatt clung to the projections of the rock and thrust forward his head to get a look under the overhanging cliff. There was, in fact, a cavity there. The crab must have taken refuge in it. It was something more than a crevice. It was a sort of porch. The sea entered beneath this porch, but was not deep. The bottom was visible, covered with stones. These stones were smooth and clothed with algae, which indicated that they were never dry. They resembled the tops of children's heads covered with green hair. Gilliatt took his knife in his teeth, climbed down with his hands and feet from the top of the cliff, and leapt into the water. It reached almost to his shoulders. He passed under the porch. He entered a much worn corridor in the form of a rude, pointed arch overhead. The walls were smooth and polished. He no longer saw the crab. He kept his foothold and advanced through the diminishing light. He began to be unable to distinguish objects. After about 15 paces the vault above him came to an end. He was out of the corridor. He had here more space and consequently more light, and besides, the pupils of his eyes were now dilated. He saw with tolerable clearness. He had a surprise. He was just re-entering that strange cave which he had visited a month previously, only he had returned to it by way of the sea. That arch which he had then seen submerged was the one through which he had just passed. It was accessible at certain low tides. His eyes became accustomed to the place. He saw better and better. He was astounded. He had found again that extraordinary palace of shadows, that vault, those pillars, those purple and blood-like stains, that jewel-like vegetation, and, at the end, that crypt, almost a sanctuary, and that stone which was almost an altar. He had not taken much notice of these details, but he carried the general effect in his mind, and he beheld it again. Opposite him, at a certain height in the cliff, he saw the crevice through which he had made his entrance on the first occasion, and which, from the point where he now stood, seemed inaccessible. He beheld again, near the pointed arch, those low and obscure grottos, a sort of caverns within the cavern, which he had already observed from a distance. Now he was close to them. The one nearest to him was dry and easily accessible. Still nearer than that opening he noticed a horizontal fissure in the granite above the level of the water. The crab was probably there. He thrust in his hand as far as he could, and began to grope in this hole of shadows. All at once he felt himself seized by the arm. What he felt at that moment was indescribable horror. Something thin, rough, flat, slimy, adhesive, and living had just wound itself round his bare arm in the dark. It crept up towards his breast. It was like the pressure of a leather thong and the thrust of a gimlet. In less than a second an indescribable spiral form had passed around his wrist and his elbow and reached to his shoulder. The point burrowed under his armpit. Gilliatt threw himself backward, but could hardly move. He was as though nailed to the spot. With his left hand, which remained free, he took his knife, which he held between his teeth, and, holding the knife with his hand, he braced himself against the rock in a desperate effort to withdraw his arm. He only succeeded in disturbing the ligature a little, which resumed its pressure. It was as supple as leather, as solid as steel, as cold as night. A second thong, narrow and pointed, issued from the crevice of the rock. It was like a tongue from the jaws of a monster. It licked Gilliatt's naked form in a terrible fashion, and suddenly stretching out, immensely long and thin, it applied itself to his skin and surrounded his whole body. At the same time, unheard of suffering, which was comparable to nothing he had previously known, swelled Gilliatt's contracted muscles. He felt in his skin round and horrible perforations. It seemed to him that innumerable lips were fastened to his flesh and were seeking to drink his blood. A third thong undulated outside the rock, felt of Gilliatt, and lashed his sides like a cord. It fixed itself there. Anguish is mute when at its highest point. Gilliatt did not utter a cry. There was light enough for him to see the repulsive forms adhering to him. A fourth ligature, this one as swift as a dart, leapt towards his belly and rolled itself around there. Impossible either to tear or to cut away these shiny thongs, which adhered closely to Gilliatt's body, and by a number of points. Each one of those points was the seat of frightful and peculiar pain. It was what would be experienced if one were being swallowed simultaneously by a throng of mouths which were too small. A fifth prolongation leapt from the hole. It superimposed itself upon the others and folded over Gilliatt's chest. Compression was added to horror. Gilliatt could hardly breathe. These thongs, pointed at their extremity, spread out gradually like the blades of swords towards the hilt. All five evidently belonged to the same center. They crept and crawled over Gilliatt. He felt these strange points of pressure, which seemed to him to be mouths, changing their places. Suddenly a large, round, flat, slimy mass emerged from the lower part of the crevice. It was the center. The five thongs were attached to it like spokes to a hub. On the opposite side of this foul disk could be distinguished the beginnings of three other tentacles, which remained under the slope of the rock. In the middle of this sliminess there were two eyes gazing. The eyes were fixed on Gilliatt. Gilliatt recognized the octopus, devilfish. End of chapter 1. A man who is hungry is not the only hungry one. Section 82 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 2, The Monster. To believe in the octopus, one must have seen it. Compared with it, the hydra of old are laughable. At certain moments, one is tempted to think that the intangible forms which float through our vision encounter in the realm of the possible certain magnetic centers to which their lineaments cling, and from these obscure fixations of the living dream, beings spring forth. The unknown has the marvelous at its disposal, and it makes use of it to compose the monster. Orpheus, Homer, and Hesiod were only able to make the chimera. God made the octopus. When God wills it, he excels in the execrable. The wherefore of this will affrights the religious thinker. All ideals being admitted, if terror be an object, the octopus is a masterpiece. The whale has enormous size, the octopus is small. The hippopotamus has a cuirass, the octopus is naked. The jacaroca hisses, the octopus is dumb. The rhinoceros has a horn, the octopus has no horn. The scorpion has a sting, the octopus has no sting. The buthus has claws, the octopus has no claws. The ape has a prehensile tail, the octopus has no tail. The shark has sharp fins, the octopus has no fins. The Vespertilio vampire has wings armed with barbs, the octopus has no barbs. The hedgehog has quills, the octopus has no quills. The swordfish has a sword, the octopus has no sword. The torpedo fish has an electric shock, the octopus has none. The toad has a virus, the octopus has no virus. The viper has a venom, the octopus has no venom. The lion has claws, the octopus has no claws. The hawk has a beak, the octopus has no beak. The crocodile has jaws, the octopus has no teeth. The octopus has no muscular organization, no menacing cry, no breastplate, no horn, no dart, no pincers, no prehensile or bruising tail, no cutting pectoral fins, no nailed wings, no quills, no sword, no electric charge, no virus, no venom, no claws, no beak, no teeth. Of all creatures, the octopus is the most formidably armed. What then is the octopus? It is the cupping glass. In open sea reefs, where the water displays and hides all its splendors, in the hollows of unvisited rocks, in the unknown caves where vegetations, crustaceans, and shellfish abound, beneath the deep portals of the ocean, the swimmer who hazards himself there, led on by the beauty of the place, runs the risk of an encounter. If you have this encounter, be not curious, but fly. One enters there dazzled, one emerges from thence terrified. This is the nature of the encounter always possible among rocks in the open sea. A grayish form undulates in the water. It is as thick as a man's arm and about half an ell long. It is a rag. Its form resembles a closed umbrella without a handle. This rag gradually advances towards you. Suddenly it opens. 8 radii spread out abruptly around a face which has 2 eyes. These radii are alive. There is something of the flame in their undulation. It is a sort of wheel. Unfolded, it is 4 or 5 feet in diameter. Frightful expansion. This flings itself upon you. The hydra harpoons its victim. This creature applies itself to its prey, covers it, and knots its long bands about it. Underneath it is yellowish, on top earth-colored. Nothing can represent this inexplicable hue of dust. One would pronounce it a creature made of ashes living in the water. In form it is spider-like, and like a chameleon in its coloring. When irritated, it becomes violet in hue. Its most terrible quality is its softness. Its folds strangle, its contact paralyzes. It has an aspect of scurvy and gangrene. It is disease embodied in monstrosity. It is not to be torn away. It adheres closely to its prey. How? By a vacuum. Its 8 antennae, large at the root, gradually taper off and end in needles. Underneath each one of them are arranged 2 rows of decreasing pustules, the largest near the head, the small ones at the tip. Each row consists of 25. There are 50 pustules to each antenna, and the whole creature has 400 of them. These pustules are cupping glasses. These cupping glasses are cylindrical, horny, livid cartilages. On the large species they gradually diminish from the diameter of a 5-franc piece to the size of a lentil. These fragments of tubes are thrust out from the animal and retire into it. They can be inserted into the prey for more than an inch. This sucking apparatus has all the delicacy of a keyboard. It rises, then retreats. It obeys the slightest wish of the animal. The most exquisite sensibilities cannot equal the contractibility of these suckers, always proportioned to the internal movements of the creature and to the external circumstances. This dragon is like a sensitive plant. This is the monster which mariners call the poulpe, which science calls cephalopod, and which legend calls the kraken. English sailors call it the devilfish. They also call it the bloodsucker. In the Channel Islands it is called the pieuvre. It is very rare in Guernsey, very small in Jersey, very large and quite frequent in Sark. A print from Sonnini's edition of Buffon represents an octopus crushing a frigate. Denis Montfort thinks that the octopus of the high latitudes is really strong enough to sink a ship. Bory St. Vincent denies this, but admits that in our latitudes it does attack man. Go to Sark, and they will show you, near Brecqhou, the hollow in the rock where, a few years ago, an octopus seized and drowned a lobster fisher. Perrin and Lamarck are mistaken when they doubt whether the octopus can swim, since it has no fins. He who writes these lines has seen with his own eyes at Sark, in the cave called the Shops, an octopus swimming and chasing a bather. When killed and measured, it was found to be 4 English feet in spread, and 400 suckers could be counted. The dying monster thrust them out convulsively. According to Denis Montfort, one of these observers whose strong gift of intuition causes them to descend or to ascend, even to Magianism, the octopus has almost the passions of a man. The octopus hates. In fact, in the absolute, to be hideous is to hate. The misshapen struggles under a necessity of elimination, and this consequently renders it hostile. The octopus, when swimming, remains, so to speak, in its sheath. It swims with all its folds held close. Let the reader picture to himself a sewed-up sleeve with a closed fist inside of it. This fist, which is the head, pushes through the water, and advances with a vague, undulating movement. Its 2 eyes, though large, are not very distinct, being the color of the water. The octopus on the chase, or lying in wait, hides. It contracts, it condenses itself, it reduces itself to the simplest possible expression. It confounds itself with the shadow. It looks like a ripple of the waves. It resembles everything except something living. The octopus is a hypocrite. When one pays no heed to it, suddenly it opens. A glutinous mass possessed of a will, what more frightful? Glue filled with hatred. It is in the most beautiful azure of the limpid water that this hideous, voracious star of the sea rises. It gives no warning of its approach, which renders it more terrible. Almost always, when one sees it, one is already caught. At night, however, and in breeding season it is phosphorescent. This terror has its passions. It awaits the nuptial hour. It adorns itself, it lights up, it illuminates itself, and from the summit of a rock one can see it beneath, in the shadowy depths, spread out in a pallid irradiation, a spectre sun. It has no bones, it has no blood, it has no flesh, it is flabby. There is nothing in it. It is a skin. One can turn its 8 tentacles wrong side out like the fingers of a glove. It has a single orifice in the center of its radiation. Is this one hole the vent? Is it the mouth? It is both. The same aperture fulfills both functions. The entrance is the exit. The whole creature is cold. The carnarius of the Mediterranean is repulsive. An odious contact has this animated gelatine which envelops the swimmer, into which the hands sink, where the nails scratch, which one rends without killing, and tears off without pulling away, a sort of flowing and tenacious being which slips between one's fingers. But no horror equals the sudden appearance of the octopus, Medusa served by 8 serpents. No grasp equals the embrace of the cephalopod. It is the pneumatic machine attacking you. You have to deal with a vacuum furnished with paws. Neither scratches nor bites, an indescribable scarification. A bite is formidable, but less so than a suction. A claw is nothing beside the cupping glass. The claw means the beast entering into your flesh. The cupping glass means yourself entering into the beast. Your muscles swell, your fibers writhe, your skin cracks under the foul weight, your blood spurts forth and mingles frightfully with the lymph of the mollusk. The creature superimposes itself upon you by 1,000 mouths. The hydra incorporates itself with the man amalgamates himself with the hydra. You form but one. This dream is upon you. The tiger can only devour you. The octopus, oh horror, breathes you in. It draws you to it and into it, and bound, ensnared, powerless, you feel yourself slowly emptied into that frightful pond, which is the monster itself. Beyond the terrible, being devoured alive, is the inexpressible, being drunk alive. Science first rejects these strange animals according to her habit of excessive prudence, even in the presence of facts. Then she decides to study them. She dissects them, she classifies them, she catalogues them, she labels them, she procures specimens of them, she exhibits them under glass in museums. They enter into her nomenclature. She describes them as mollusks, invertebrates, radiates. She fixes their relationships a little beyond squids, a little this side of cuttlefish. She finds for these saltwater hydras an analogous one in fresh water, the Argyronectus. She divides them into great, medium, and small species. She admits the small species more easily than the great ones, which is, moreover, in all branches, the tendency of science, which likes rather to be microscopic than telescopic. She looks to their construction and calls them cephalopods. She counts their antennae and calls them octopods. That done, she leaves them. Where science abandons them, philosophy takes them up. Philosophy, in her turn, studies these beings. She goes less far and farther than science. She does not dissect them, she meditates upon them. Where the scalpel has worked, she plunges in the hypothesis. She seeks the final cause, profound perplexity of the thinker. These creatures almost inspire uneasiness in regard to the Creator. They are hideous surprises. They are the joy-disturbers of contemplation. In desperation man verifies their existence. They are the deliberate forms of evil. What is one to do in the presence of these blasphemies of creation against itself? Towards whom shall one turn for the solution? The possible is a terrible matrix. Mystery becomes concrete in monsters. Fragments of shadow spring from that mass, immanents are rent, detached, roll, float, are condensed, borrow from the circumambient blackness, undergo unknown polarizations, take on life, compose for themselves some indescribable form out of darkness, and some soul out of miasm, and depart spectres among living things. It is something like shadows converted into monsters. To what purpose? What end does this serve? Once more, the eternal question. These animals are phantoms as well as monsters. They are proved and yet improbable. They are, because they exist. If they were not, reason would be justified. They are the amphibia of death. Their improbability complicates their existence. They border on the human frontier, and people the region of chimeras. You deny the vampire, the octopus appears. Their swarm is a certainty which disconcerts our assurance. Optimism, which is the truth, nevertheless almost loses countenance before them. They are the visible extremes of black circles. They mark the transition from one reality to another. They seem to belong to that beginning of terrible beings of which the dreamer catches a confused vision through the loophole of night. These continuations of monsters, first into the invisible, then into the possible, have been suspected, perceived, perhaps, by severe ecstasy, and by the intent eye of magi and philosophers. Hence the conjecture of a hell. The demon is the tiger of the invisible. The wild beast that preys on souls has been described to the human race by two seers, one named John, the other Dante. If in fact the circles of shadows continue indefinitely, if after one ring there follows another, if this augmentation persists in unlimited progression, if this chain exists, which we for our part are determined to doubt, it is certain that the octopus at one end proves Satan at the other. It is certain that an evil thing at one end proves evil at the other. Every evil beast, like every perverse intelligence, is a sphinx, a terrible sphinx, propounding the terrible enigma, the enigma of evil. It is this perfection of evil which has caused great minds sometimes to incline toward belief in a dual God, towards the formidable double-headed deity of the Manichaeans. A piece of Chinese silk, stolen during the last war from the palace of the Emperor of China, represents the shark devouring the crocodile, which is devouring the serpent, which is devouring the eagle, which is devouring the swallow, which is devouring the caterpillar. All nature which we have before our eyes is devouring and devoured. The prey prey on each other. But learned men, who are also philosophers and consequently optimists, find, or think they find, an explanation. Among others, Bonnet of Geneva, that mysterious, exact mind who was opposed to Buffon, as Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire was, later on, to Cuvier, was struck with this idea of the final purpose. The explanation is this: universal death entails universal interment. Those who devour are those who bury. All beings enter into each other. To decay is to nourish. Frightful cleaning of the globe. Man, a carnivorous animal, is also a barrier. Our life is made up of death. Such is the appalling law. We are sepulchres. In our twilight world This fatality of order produces monsters. You say, to what purpose? To this. Is this the explanation? Is this the reply to the question? But then, why not another order? The question returns. Let us live. Agreed. But let us endeavor to have death a progress to us. Let us aspire to less gloomy worlds. Let us follow conscience, which leads us thither. For, let us never forget, the best is only found by the better. End of Chapter 2, The Monster. Section 83 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 3. Another Form of Combat in the Gulf. Such was the creature in whose power Gilliatt had been for several moments. This monster was the inhabitant of that grotto. It was the frightful genius of the place, a sort of sombre demon of the water. All these magnificences had horror for their center. A month previously, on the day when for the first time Gilliatt had made his way into the grotto, the dark outline of which he had caught a glimpse in the ripples of the water was this octopus. This was its home. When Gilliatt, entering that cave for the second time in pursuit of the crab, had perceived the crevices in which he thought the crab had taken refuge, the octopus was lying in wait in that hole. Can the reader picture that lying in wait? Not a bird would dare to brood, not an egg would dare to hatch, not a flower would dare to open, not a breast would dare to give suck, not a heart would dare to love, not a spirit would dare to take flight, if one meditated on the sinister shapes patiently lying in ambush in the abyss. Gilliatt had thrust his arm into the hole. The octopus had seized it. It held it. He was the fly for this spider. Gilliatt stood in water to his waist, his feet clinging to the slippery roundness of the stones, his right arm grasped and subdued by the flat coils of the octopus's thongs, and his body almost hidden by the folds and crossings of that horrible bandage. Of the 8 arms of the octopus, 3 adhered to the rock, while 5 adhered to Gilliatt. In this manner, clamped on one side to the granite, on the other to the man, it chained Gilliatt to the rock. Gilliatt had 250 suckers upon him, a combination of anguish and disgust. To be crushed in a gigantic fist, whose elastic fingers, nearly a meter in length, are inwardly full of living pustules, which ransack your flesh. As we have said, one cannot tear oneself away from the octopus. If one attempts it, one is but the more surely bound. It only clings the closer. Its efforts increase in proportion to yours. A greater struggle produces a greater constriction. Gilliatt had but one resource, his knife. He had only his left hand free, but, as the reader knows, he could make powerful use of it. It might have been said of him that he had 2 right hands. His open knife was in his hand. The tentacles of an octopus cannot be cut off. It is leathery and difficult to sever. It slips away from under the blade. Moreover, the superposition is such that a cut into these thongs would attack your own flesh. The octopus is formidable. Nevertheless, there is a way of getting away from it. The fishermen of Sark are acquainted with it. Anyone who has seen them executing abrupt movement at sea knows it. Porpoises also know it. They have a way of biting the cuttlefish which cuts off its head. Hence all the headless squids and cuttlefish which are met with on open sea. The octopus is, in fact, vulnerable only in the head. Gilliatt was not ignorant of this fact. He had never seen an octopus of this size. He found himself seized at the outset by one of the larger species. Any other man would have been terrified. In the case of the octopus, as in that of the bull, there is a certain moment at which to seize it. It is at the instant when the bull lowers his neck. It is the instant when the octopus thrusts forward its neck, a sudden movement. He who misses that juncture is lost. All that we have related lasted but a few minutes, but Gilliatt felt the suction of the 250 cupping glasses increasing. The octopus is cunning. It tries to stupefy its prey in the first place. It seizes, then waits as long as it can. Gilliatt held his knife. The suction increased. He gazed at the octopus, which stared at him. All at once the creature detached its sixth tentacle from the rock, and, launching it at him, attempted to seize his left arm. At the same time it thrust its head forward swiftly. A second more, and its mouth would have been applied to Gilliatt's breast. Gilliatt, wounded in the flank and with both arms pinioned, would have been a dead man. But Gilliatt was on his guard. Being watched, he watched. He avoided the tentacle, and at the same moment, when the creature was about to bite his breast, his armed fist descended on the monster. Two convulsions in opposite directions ensued, that of Gilliatt and that of the octopus. It was like the conflict of two flashes of lightning. Gilliatt plunged the point of his knife into the flat viscous mass, and with a twisting movement similar to the flourish of a whip, describing a circle around the two eyes, he tore out the head as one wrenches out a tooth. It was finished. The whole creature dropped. It resembled a sheet detaching itself. The air pump destroyed, the vacuum no longer existed. The 400 suckers released their hold simultaneously of the rock and the man. It sank to the bottom. Gilliatt, panting with the combat, could perceive on the rocks at his feet two shapeless, gelatinous masses, the head on one side, the rest on the other. We say the rest because one could not say the body. Gilliatt, however, fearing some convulsive return of agony, retreated beyond the reach of the tentacles, but the monster was really dead. Gilliatt closed his knife. End of Chapter 3. Another form of combat in the Gulf. Section 84 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 4. Nothing is hidden, and nothing is lost. It was time that Gilliatt killed the octopus. He was almost strangled. His right arm and his body were violet in hue. More than 200 swellings were outlined upon them. The blood spurted from some of them here and there. The remedy for these wounds is salt water. Gilliatt plunged into it. At the same time he rubbed himself with the palm of his hand. The swellings subsided under this friction. As he retreated and plunged more deeply into the water, he had, without perceiving it, approached a sort of vault already noticed by him, near the crevice where he had been harpooned by the octopus. This vault extended obliquely and above water, beneath the grand walls of the cave. The boulders which had accumulated there had raised the bottom above the level of ordinary tides. This aperture was a tolerably large, flattened arch. A man could enter by stooping. The green light of the submarine grotto penetrated thither and illuminated it faintly. As Gilliatt was rubbing his swollen skin, he chanced to raise his eyes mechanically. His glance penetrated into this vault. He shuddered. It seemed to him that he saw, at the extremity of that hole, in the gloom, a sort of face, laughing. Gilliatt was ignorant of the word hallucination, but acquainted with the thing. The mysterious encounters with the improbable, which we call hallucinations, in order to extricate ourselves from the difficulty, exist in nature. Whether as illusions or realities, visions exist. He who has the gift beholds them. Gilliatt was a dreamer, as we have said. He had the grandeur of being at times a seer like a prophet. One cannot with impunity be a dreamer in solitary places. He thought it might be one of those mirages by which, nocturnal man that he was, he had more than once been deceived. The cavity presented the shape of a lime-kiln with tolerable exactness. It was a low niche, like the handle of a basket, whose abrupt coving gradually contracted to the end of the crypt, where the pebbles, fragments of boulders, and the vault of the rock joined, and where the pocket ended. He entered, and bending his head, directed his steps towards what lay at the bottom. Something was really grinning. It was a death's head. There was not only the skull, there was the skeleton also. A human skeleton was lying in this cave. The glance of a bold man in such encounters desires to know the real state of the case. Gilliatt cast his eyes around him. He was surrounded by a multitude of crabs. This multitude moved not. It had the aspect which a dead ant-hill would present. All these crabs were inert. They were empty shells. These groups, scattered here and there, formed shapeless constellations on the pavement of stone which encumbered the vault. Gilliatt had walked over them without seeing them, his eyes being fixed elsewhere. At the extremity of the crypt, which Gilliatt had reached, they were still thicker. It was a motionless bristling of antennae, legs, mandibles. Open claws stood stark upright and closed no more. Their bony shells no longer stirred beneath their crust of spines. Some were turned over and showed their livid cavities. This pile resembled an affray of besiegers, and lay massed together like a thicket. Beneath this heap lay the skeleton. Beneath this confusion of tentacles and scales, the cranium was visible with its sutures, the vertebrae, the thigh bones, the shin bones, the long, jointed fingers with their nails. The cavity of the ribs was full of crabs. Some heart had once beaten there. Marine molds draped the eye sockets. Limpets had left their slime in the nostrils. Moreover, there was in this nook of the rocks neither seaweeds nor grasses, nor a breath of air. No movement. The teeth grinned. The disturbing point about laughter is the mocking imitation of it which the skull makes. This marvelous palace of the abyss, inlaid and encrusted with all the gems of the sea, had ended by revealing itself and telling its secret. It was a lair. The octopus dwelt there, and it was a tomb. A man lay there. The spectral immobility of the skeleton and the creatures around it oscillated vaguely by reason of the reflection of the subterranean waters which trembled over this petrifaction. The crabs, a frightful, confused mass, appeared as if in the act of finishing their repast. These shells seemed to be eating this carcass. Nothing could be more strange than this dead vermin on this dead prey. Somber continuations of death. Gilliatt had before his eyes the larder of the octopus. Melancholy vision, wherein the profound horror of things allowed itself to be caught in the very act. The crabs had devoured the man, the octopus had devoured the crabs. There was not a vestige of clothing near the corpse. He must have been seized naked. Gilliatt, attentive and scrutinizing, began to remove the crabs from the man. Who was this man? The body had been admirably dissected. One would have pronounced it an anatomical preparation. All the flesh had been removed, not a muscle remained, not a bone was lacking. Had Gilliatt belonged to the profession, he might have authenticated the fact. The denuded periosteums were white, polished, and rubbed up, as it were. They would have been like ivory had it not been for some greenish patches of seaweed. The cartilaginous partitions were delicately smoothed down and spared. The tomb sometimes produces such sinister jeweler's work as this. The corpse was interred, as it were, beneath the dead crabs. Gilliatt disinterred it. All at once he bent over hastily. He had just caught sight of a sort of band around the vertebral column. It was a leather belt which had evidently been buckled round the man's abdomen when he had been alive. The leather was mildewed. The buckle was rusted. Gilliatt drew the belt towards him. The vertebrae resisted, and he was obliged to break them in order to obtain it. The belt was intact. A crust of limpets had begun to form upon it. He fingered it and felt a hard object, square in form, in the interior. Such a thing as undoing the buckle was not to be thought of. He split the leather with his knife. The belt contained a small iron box and a few gold pieces. Gilliatt counted 20 guineas. The iron box was a sailor's old tobacco box, which opened with a string. It was much rusted and very securely closed. The spring, completely oxidized, no longer worked. His knife once more extricated Gilliatt from his dilemma. A thrust from the point of the blade caused the cover of the box to fly off. The box opened. There was nothing in it but paper. A little package of very thin sheets, folded in 4, covered the bottom of the box. They were damp, but not spoiled. The box, hermetically sealed, had preserved them. Gilliatt unfolded them. They were 3 bank notes for £1,000 sterling each, making altogether 75,000 francs. Gilliatt folded them up again, replaced them in the box, took advantage of the small space which remained to add the 20 guineas, and closed the box again as well as he could. Then he began an examination of the belt. The leather, originally glazed on the outside, was rough on the interior. On that unfinished background some letters were traced in thick ink. Gilliatt deciphered these letters: Sieur Clubin. End of chapter 4. Nothing is hidden and nothing is lost. Section 85 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 5. In the interval which separates 6 inches from 2 feet, there is room to lodge death. Gilliatt replaced the box in the belt and put the belt in the pocket of his trousers. He left the skeleton to the crabs, with the dead octopus beside it. While Gilliatt had been engaged with the octopus and the skeleton, the rising tide had flooded the entrance to the passage. Gilliatt could get out only by diving under the arch. He managed it without difficulty. He knew the exit, and he was a master of these gymnastics of the sea. The reader has had a view of the drama which had taken place 6 weeks before. One monster had seized another. The octopus had caught Clubin. This had been, in the inexorable gloom, what might almost be called the encounter of hypocrisies. At the bottom of the abyss, these 2 existences, made up of waiting and of shadows, had come into violent collision, and one, which was the beast, had executed the other, which was the soul. Sinister justice. The crab feeds on carrion, the octopus feeds on crabs. The octopus arrests in its passage any swimming animal, a dog or a man, if it can, drinks his blood, and leaves the dead body at the bottom of the water. Crabs are the necrophagous beetles of the sea. Decaying flesh attracts them. They come. They eat the corpse. The octopus eats them. Dead things disappear in the crab. The crab disappears in the octopus. We have already pointed out this law. Clubin had served the octopus as bait. The octopus had held him down and drowned him. The crabs had devoured him. Some wave had thrust him into the cave, at the bottom of whose niche Gilliatt had found him. Gilliatt retraced his steps, fumbling among the rocks in search of sea urchins and whelks, as he no longer desired any crabs. It would have seemed to him as though he were devouring human flesh. Moreover, his only thought was to sup as well as possible before setting out. Henceforth nothing detained him. Great tempests are always followed by a calm, which sometimes lasts many days. No danger now existed on the side of the sea. Gilliatt was resolved to set out on the morrow. It was important to keep the barricade between the Douvres in place during the night, because of the tide, but Gilliatt intended to remove this barrier at daybreak to push the boat clear of the Douvres and to set sail for St. Sampson. The light breeze which was blowing from the southwest was precisely the wind which he needed. The first quarter of the May moon was beginning. The days were long. When Gilliatt, having finished his prowling among the rocks and almost satisfied his appetite, returned to the gap between the Douvres where his boat lay, the sun had set. The twilight was livid with that half-moonlight which may be called the light of the crescent. The tide had attained its height, and was beginning to ebb again. The smokestack of the engine, rising upright above the paunch, had been covered by the foam of the tempest with a layer of salt, which shone white in the moonlight. This reminded Gilliatt that the squall had thrown a great deal of rain-water and sea-water into his boat, and that if he wished to set out on the morrow he must bail out the paunch. He had noticed, when he quitted the boat to go in pursuit of crabs, that there were about 6 inches of water in the hold. His bailing scoop would be sufficient to throw out this water. On reaching the boat, Gilliatt gave a start of terror. There were nearly 2 feet of water in the boat. A formidable fact. The boat was leaking. It had gradually filled during Gilliatt's absence. Loaded as it was, 20 inches of water was a dangerous addition. A little more, and it would sink. If Gilliatt had returned 1 hour later, he would probably have found only the mast and smokestack out of water. Not a moment could be spared for deliberation. He must find the leak, stop it up, then empty the boat, or at least relieve it. The sumps of the Durande had been lost in the shipwreck. Gilliatt was reduced to the bailing scoop of the paunch. He must find a leak first of all. That was the most urgent point. Gilliatt set to work instantly, without even giving himself time to dress again, all shivering as he was. He was no longer conscious of either hunger or cold. The boat continued to fill. Fortunately there was no wind. The slightest swell would have sunk it. The moon set. Gilliatt searched for a long time, groping, bent, half submerged in the water. At last he discovered the injury. During the storm, at the critical moment when the paunch had twisted round, the strong bark had come somewhat violently in contact with the rocks. One of the projections of the little Douvre had made a fracture in the hull on the starboard side. This leak was vexatiously, one might say treacherously, situated near the joints of 2 riders, and this, together with the confusion of the storm, had prevented Gilliatt's perceiving the injury in his obscure and rapid survey at the height of the tempest. The fracture had this alarming feature, that it was large, and this reassuring feature that, although submerged for the moment by the inward increase of water, it was above the waterline. At the instant when the crack had opened, the waves had been rudely shaken in the strait, and there was no longer any smooth water. The water had dashed through the breach into the boat. The boat, beneath this extra load, had settled several inches, and even after the waves had subsided, the weight of the water which had filtered in, by raising the water line, had kept the leak under water. Hence the imminence of the danger. The water had increased from 6 inches to 20. But if the leak could be stopped, the boat could be bailed out. The bark once emptied, it would rise once more to its normal water line, the fracture would be out of the water and thus dry, repair would be easy, or at least possible. Gilliatt, as we have already said, still had his carpenter's tools in fairly good condition. But what uncertainty before reaching that point! What perils! What evil chances! Gilliatt heard the water inexorably gushing in. A shock, and all would sink. What wretchedness! Perhaps it was already too late. Gilliatt blamed himself bitterly. He should have perceived the injury at once. The 6 inches of water in the hold should have warned him. He had been stupid to attribute those 6 inches to the rain and foam. He reproached himself for having slept, for having eaten. He almost reproached himself with the tempest and the night. All was his fault. These harsh self-reproaches were uttered as he went to and fro about his work, and did not prevent his giving it careful attention. The leak was found. That was the first step. To stop it was the second. Nothing more could be done for the moment. Carpentering cannot be done under water. One favorable circumstance was that the break in the hull had taken place in the space comprised between the 2 chains which stayed the smokestack on the starboard. The stuffing could be fastened to these chains. Meanwhile the water was gaining. The depth was now over 2 feet. The water rose above Gilliatt's knees. End of chapter 5. In the interval which separates 6 inches from 2 feet, there is room to lodge death. Section 86 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 6, De Profundis ad Altum. Gilliatt had at his disposal, in the reserve of the rigging of the boat, a tolerably large tarpaulin provided with long lashings at its 4 corners. He took this tarpaulin, fastened 2 corners of it by means of the lashings to the 2 rings of the chains of the smokestack on the side of the leak, and flung the tarpaulin overboard. The tarpaulin fell like a tablecloth between the Little Douvre and the bark, and sunk in the waves. The pressure of the water endeavoring to enter the hull forced it against the hull and upon the hull. The more the water pressed, the closer the tarpaulin clung. It was glued by the water itself upon the fracture. The wound was dressed. This tarred canvas interposed between the interior of the hold and the billows without. Not another drop of water entered. The leak was covered, but not caulked. It was a respite. Gilliatt took the scoop and set to bailing the paunch. It was high time to lighten it. This work warmed him up a little, but his fatigue was extreme. He was forced to admit to himself that he should not be able to finish, and that he should not succeed in bailing out the hold. Gilliatt had hardly eaten, and he had the humiliation of feeling himself exhausted. He gauged the progress of his work by the fall of the level of the water to his knees. This fall was slow. Moreover, the leak was only interrupted. The evil was palliated, not repaired. The tarpaulin, thrust into the fracture by the water, was beginning to form a tumor in the hull. It resembled a fist beneath that canvas, seeking to burst in. The canvas, being solid and well tarred, resisted, but the swelling and the tension were augmenting, and it was not certain that the canvas would not give way, and the tumor might burst at any moment. The eruption of water would recommence. In such a case, as ship's crews in distress are aware, there is no other resource than stuffing. Rags are taken, of every sort that comes to hand, everything that is known in the technical language as service, and as many as possible of them are thrust into the crevice of the tarpaulin tumor. Of this service Gilliatt had none. All the strips and oakum which he had stored up had either been employed in his work or dispersed by the gale. At the most, he might have found a few remains by ransacking the rocks. The boat was sufficiently relieved to admit of his leaving it for a quarter of an hour, but how was such a search to be made without light? The darkness was complete. There was no longer any moon, nothing but the somber, starry heavens. Gilliatt had no dry rope wherewith to make a wick, no tallow to make a candle, no fire to light it, no lantern to screen it. All was confused and indistinct in the bark and on the reef. The water could be heard swashing against the wounded hull, but not even the hole was visible. It was with his hands that Gilliatt discovered the increasing tension of the tarpaulin. Impossible to prosecute, in such darkness, a faithful search for the bits of canvas and cordage scattered among the rocks. How was he to glean these fragments when he could not see clearly? Gilliatt gazed sadly at the night. All those stars, and no candle. The liquid mass within the bark having diminished, the pressure from without was increased. The swelling of the tarpaulin grew larger. It grew more and more distended. It was like an abscess ready to burst. The situation, improved for a moment, had again become threatening. A plug was absolutely necessary. Gilliatt had nothing but his clothes. He had placed them to dry, as it will be remembered, on the salient rocks of the Little Douvre. He went and gathered them up and placed them on the rail of the paunch. He took his tarpaulin coat, and, kneeled in the water, he thrust it into the crevice, pressing back the swelling of the tarpaulin outwards, and consequently emptying it. To the tarpaulin he added the sheepskin, to the sheepskin his woolen shirt, to his shirt his pea-jacket. Everything went the same way. He had on but one garment. He took this off, and with his trousers he enlarged and strengthened the plugging. The stopper was made and seemed to answer the purpose. This plug extended beyond the edge of the breach with the tarpaulin for its envelope. The water, desirous of entering, pressed against the obstacle, spread it out usefully on the fracture, and consolidated it. It was a sort of exterior compress. In the interior, the center alone of the swelling having been thrust back, there remained all around the breach of the crevice and of the plug a circular pad of the tarpaulin, all the more adherent because the very inequalities of the fracture retained it. The leak was stopped. But nothing could be more precarious. Those sharp projections of the fracture which fastened the tarpaulin might pierce it, and through those holes the water would enter again. Gilliatt would not even perceive it in the darkness. It was hardly probable that that plug would last until daylight. Gilliatt's anxiety assumed a different form, but he felt it increasingly at the same time that he felt his strength decreasing. He set to bailing the hold again, but his exhausted arms could hardly lift the scoop full of water. He was naked and shivering. Gilliatt felt the sinister approach of the end. One possible chance crossed his mind. Perhaps there was a sail in the offing. A fisherman who should happen to be passing through the Douvre waters might come to his assistance. The moment had arrived when an assistant was absolutely necessary. With a man and a lantern all might be saved. Two of them could easily bail out the hold. As soon as the bark was watertight and no longer overflooded, she would rise. She would regain her waterline. The crevice would be above the water. Repairs could be made. The plug could immediately be replaced by a section of planking, and the provisional apparatus placed on the fracture by definite repairs. If not, he must wait until daybreak, wait all night. Fatal delay which might prove ruinous. Gilliatt was in a fever of haste. If, by chance, some ship's lantern was in sight, Gilliatt could make signals from the summit of the Douvre. The weather was calm. There was no wind. A man moving against the starry background of the sky stood a chance of being noticed. The captain of a ship, or even the skipper of a fishing boat, does not sail the waters of the Douvre by night without pointing his glass at the reef by way of precaution. Gilliatt hoped that he might be seen. He scaled the wreck, grasped the knotted rope, and ascended the Grand Douvre. Not a sail on the horizon, not a light. The water was deserted as far as he could see. No assistance was possible, and no resistance possible. Gilliatt felt himself disarmed, a thing which had not happened with him up to that moment. Dark fatality was now his master. He, with his boat, with the engine of the Durande, with all his labor, with all his success, with all his courage, he belonged to the Gulf. He had no longer any means of continuing the struggle. He became passive. How was he to prevent the tide coming, the water rising, the night continuing? That plug was his only reliance. Gilliatt had worn himself out and stripped himself to make it and complete it. He could neither fortify it nor render it firmer. Such as the plug was, it must remain, and fatally, all his effort having come to an end. The sea had at its discretion that hasty apparatus applied to the leak. How would that inert thing behave? It was now it which was combating. It was no longer Gilliatt. It was that rag. It was no longer that mind. The swelling of the waves was sufficient to reopen the fracture. More or less pressure, the whole question lay there. All was going to be solved by a blind struggle between two mechanical quantities. Gilliatt could henceforth neither aid the auxiliary nor stop the enemy. He was no longer anything but a spectator of his life or his death. That Gilliatt, who had been a providence, was at the supreme moment replaced by an inanimate resistance. None of the trials and errors which Gilliatt had undergone approached this one. On arriving at the Douvres reef, he had beheld himself surrounded and seized, as it were, by solitude. This solitude did more than environ, it enveloped him. 1,000 menaces had shaken their fists at him simultaneously. The wind was there, ready to blow. The sea was there, ready to roar. Impossible to stop that mouth, the wind. Impossible to deprive of its teeth that monster, the sea. Yet he had struggled. A man, he had contended hand to hand with the ocean. He had wrestled with the tempest. He had held his own against still other anxieties and necessities. He had become familiar with all manner of distress. Without tools, he had been obliged to perform great works. Without aid, to move burdens. Without science, to solve problems. Without provisions, to eat and drink. Without bed or roof, to sleep. On that reef, a tragic wrack, he had been put to the question in turn by the diverse torturing fatalities of nature. A mother when it seems good to her, an executioner when she chooses. He had conquered isolation, conquered hunger, conquered thirst, conquered cold, conquered fever, conquered work, conquered sleep. He had encountered objects in coalition to bar his passage. After privation, the elements. After the sea, the tempest. After the tempest, the octopus. After the monster, the spectre. Melancholy, final irony. In that reef, whence Gilliatt had reckoned on emerging in triumph, Clubin, dead, came to gaze upon him with a mocking laugh. The sneer of the spectre was justified. Gilliatt beheld himself lost. Gilliatt beheld himself as dead as Clubin. Winter, famine, fatigue, the wreck to dismember, the engine to transship, the blows of the equinox, the wind, the thunder, the octopus, all these were nothing as compared to the leak. Against the cold one can use, and Gilliatt had used, fire. Against hunger, the shellfish from the rocks. Against thirst, rain. Against the difficulties of salvage, industry and energy. Against the sea and the storm, the breakwater. Against the octopus, his knife. Against a leak, nothing. The hurricane left him this sinister farewell. A last reprisal, a traitorous thrust, the underhand attack of the conquered on the conqueror. The tempest in its flight shot this arrow to the rear. Defeats turned about and dealt a blow. It was the underhand stab of the abyss. One can combat with a tempest, but how combat a leaking? If the plug yielded, if the leak opened again, nothing could prevent the boat from sinking. It was the ligature on the artery unloosened. In the paunch, once at the bottom of the water with that heavy load, the engine, there would be no means of raising it. This heroic effort of 2 titanic months was ending in annihilation. To begin anew was impossible. Gilliatt had no longer either forge or materials. Perhaps at daybreak he would behold his whole work sink slowly and irremediably into the gulf. It is a frightful thing to feel somber force beneath one. The gulf drew him to itself. His boat submerged, nothing would be left to him but to die of cold and hunger, as that other had done, the shipwrecked sailor of the Man Rock. For 2 long months the intelligences and providences which are in the invisible had been witnesses of this. On the one hand the expanse, the waves, the winds, the lightnings, the meteors; on the other, a man; on the one side the sea, on the other a soul; on the one side the infinite, on the other an atom. And there had been a battle. And behold, perhaps this marvel had come to naught. Thus ended in impotence this unprecedented deed of heroism, thus ended in despair this formidable combat, the struggle of nothing against everything, this Iliad of one. Gilliatt gazed into space in despair. He had no longer even a garment. He was naked in the presence of immensity. Then, in the despondency of all that unknown vastness, no longer knowing what was wanted of him, confronting the gloom, in the presence of that impenetrable obscurity, in the uproar of the waters, the billows, the waves, the surges, the foams, the squalls, beneath the clouds, beneath the gusts, beneath the vast scattered force, beneath that mysterious firmament of wings, of stars, of tombs, beneath the possible meaning mingled with vast things, having around him and beneath him the ocean and above him the constellations, beneath the unfathomable, he gave way, he renounced all. He flung himself flat upon his back on the rock, with his face to the stars, vanquished, and clasping his hands before the terrible profundity, he cried to the infinite, "Mercy!" Hurled to earth by immensity, he prayed to it. He was there alone in that darkness on that rock, in the midst of that sea, overcome by exhaustion, resembling a man who has been struck by lightning, naked as a gladiator in the circus, only instead of the arena having the abyss, instead of wild beasts, shadows, instead of the eyes of the populace, the gaze of the unknown, instead of vestals, stars, instead of Caesar, God. It seemed to him that he felt himself dissolving in cold, fatigue, weakness, in prayer, in the gloom, and his eyes closed. End of chapter 6. De Profundis ad Altum. Section 87 of The Toilers of the Sea, by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 7. There is an ear in the unknown. Several hours elapsed. The sun rose, dazzling. Its first ray lighted up a motionless form upon the plateau of the Great Douvre. It was Gilliatt. He still lay outstretched on the rock. That icy and stiffened nudity no longer even shivered. His closed eyelids were pallid. It would have been difficult to say whether he was not a corpse. The sun seemed to gaze upon him. If this naked man were not dead, he was so near it that the slightest cold wind was sufficient to put an end to him. The wind began to blow warm and vivifying, the spring-like breath of May. Meanwhile the sun mounted higher in the deep blue sky. Its less horizontal rays grew crimson. Its light became heat. It enveloped Gilliatt. Gilliatt did not stir. If he breathed, it was with that feeble, dying respiration which would hardly cloud a mirror. The sun continued its ascent, its rays falling less and less oblique upon Gilliatt. The wind, which had at first been merely warm, was now hot. That rigid and naked body still remained devoid of movement, but the skin seemed less vivid. The sun, as it approached the zenith, fell perpendicularly on the plateau of the Douvres. A prodigality of light was poured from the heights of heaven. The vast reflection of the glassy sea was added to it. The rock began to grow warm, and revived the sleeper. A sigh heaved Gilliatt's breast. He lived. The sun continued its caresses, which were almost ardent. The wind, which was already the wind of the south and of summer, approached Gilliatt like a mouth breathing gently. Gilliatt stirred. The calmness of the sea was inexpressible. It murmured like a nurse beside her child. The waves seemed to be cradling the reef. The sea-birds, who knew Gilliatt, flew above him uneasily. This was no longer their former wild uneasiness. There was something indescribably tender and fraternal about it. They uttered little cries. They had the air of calling him. A sea-mew, who loved him no doubt, was so familiar as to come quite close to him. It began to speak to him. He seemed not to hear. It jumped upon his shoulder and peeked gently at his lips. Gilliatt opened his eyes. The birds, content and shy, flew away. Gilliatt sprang to his feet, stretched like a lion awakened, ran to the edge of the platform, and looked down into the passage between the Douvres beneath him. The boat was there intact. The plug had held firm. The sea had probably not disturbed it much. All was saved. Gilliatt was no longer weary. His strength was renewed. His swoon had been a sleep. He bailed out the boat, made the hold dry, and raised the leak above the waterline, dressed himself once more, drank, ate, was joyous. The leak, examined by daylight, required more labor than Gilliatt would have believed. It was a rather serious injury. The whole day was not too much for Gilliatt to repair it. On the following day, at dawn, after having removed the barriers and opened the exit from the pass once more, clothed in his rags, which had got the better of the leak, wearing Clubin's belt with the 75,000 francs, standing erect upon the mended boat beside the machinery which he had saved, Gilliatt left the Douvres reef with a good wind and a propitious sea. He steered his course for Guernsey. At the moment when he was quitting the reef, anyone who had been there might have heard him singing in a low tone the air of Bonnie Dundee. End of Chapter 7. There is an ear in the unknown. Section 88 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Part Third, Déruchette. Book First, Night and Moon. Chapter 1. The Belle of the Port. The St. Sampson of today is almost a city. The St. Sampson of 40 years ago was almost a village. When the spring had come and the long winter evenings were over, people made short evenings there and went to bed at nightfall. St. Sampson was an ancient curfew parish, having preserved the habit of blowing out its candle early. People there went to bed and rose with the day. These ancient Norman villages imitate the habits of their fowls. Let us mention in addition that St. Sampson, with the exception of a few rich bourgeois families, has a population of quarrymen and carpenters. The port is a port for repairing. All day long they quarry stone or hew beams. Here the pick, there the hammer, a perpetual handling of oak and of granite. At night they are dropping with fatigue, and they sleep like lead. Heavy work brings heavy slumbers. One evening in the beginning of May, Mess Lethierry, after having for several moments gazed at the moon through the trees and listened to Déruchette's step as she walked alone in the cool of the evening in the garden of Les Bravées, retired to his chamber, opening towards the port, and went to bed. Douce and Grace were already in bed. Everyone was asleep in the house except Déruchette. Everyone in St. Sampson was also asleep. Doors and shutters were everywhere closed. There was no passing to and fro in the streets. A few lights, like the blinking of eyes about to close, gleamed redly here and there from the small windows in the roofs, a sign of the retiring of the servants. It was some time since 9 o'clock had sounded from the old Roman ivy-draped clock tower, which shares with the church of St. Brelade in Jersey the singularity of bearing as its date 4 ones, 1111, which signifies 1111. Mess Lethierry's popularity in St. Sampson was the result of his success. Success gone, a void had resulted. We are forced to believe that bad luck is contagious, and that people who are not fortunate have the plague, so speedily are they placed in quarantine. The handsome sons of good families avoided Déruchette. The isolation around Les Bravées was now such that they had not even learned in the house the little scrap of local news which had set St. Sampson in commotion that day. The rector of the parish, the Reverend Joe Ebenezer Caudray, was rich. His uncle, the magnificent dean of St. Asaph, had just died in London. The news had been brought by the mail sloop Cashmere, which had arrived from England that very morning, and the mast of which could be seen in the roadstead of St. Pierre Port. The Cashmere was to set out for Southampton the next day at noon, and it was said was to carry with it the Reverend Rector, recalled to England in haste to be present at the official opening of the will, not to mention the other pressing demands in connection with taking possession of a great inheritance. All day long St. Sampson had discussed, in a confused way, the Cashmere, the Reverend Ebenezer, his dead uncle, his wealth, his departure, his possible promotions in the future, had formed the burden of the buzzing. A single house, not being informed, had remained silent. Les Bravées. Mess Lethierry had thrown himself into his hammock all dressed. Flinging himself into his hammock had been his resource ever since the wreck of the Durande. Stretching out on his pallet is something to which every prisoner has recourse, and Mess Lethierry was the prisoner of his grief. He went to bed. It was a truce, a space for taking breath, a suspension of ideas. Did he sleep? No. Did he keep watch? No. Properly speaking, for the last 2 months and a half, 2 months and a half had elapsed since the disaster. Mess Lethierry had been like a somnambulist. He had not yet recovered possession of himself. He was in that mixed and confused state which those are acquainted with who have undergone great affliction. His reflections were not thought. His sleep was not repose. During the day he was not fully awake. At night he was not asleep. He was up and had gone to bed. That was all. When he was in his hammock, oblivion came to him a little. He called this sleeping. Chimeras floated over him, and within him the nocturnal cloud, filled with confused faces, traversed his brain. The Emperor Napoleon dictated his memoirs to him. There were several Déruchettes. Queer birds were in the trees. The streets of Lons-de-Saulnier became serpents. Nightmare was the respite from despair. He passed his nights in dreaming and his days in reverie. He sometimes remained a whole afternoon motionless at his window, which, as the reader will remember, opened on the port. With his head bent, his elbows on the stone, his ears resting on his fists, his back turned to the whole world, his eyes fixed on the old iron ring fastened in the wall of his house, to which the Durande had formerly been moored, he was watching the rust collect on that ring. Mess Lethierry was reduced to the mechanical function of living. The most valiant of men, on being deprived of their realizable idea come to that pass. It is a result of an existence which has been rendered void. Life is the voyage, the idea is the itinerary. Where there is no longer an itinerary, one stops short. The goal is lost, force is dead. Fate holds an obscure discretionary power. It can touch even our moral being with its wand. Despair is almost the destitution of the soul. Very great spirits alone resist, and still. Mess Lethierry meditated continually, if absorption can be called meditation, at the base of a sort of precipice of troubles. Heartbroken words escaped him like the following: "All that remains for me is to ask from above my ticket of departure." Let us note a contradiction in this nature, as complex as the sea, of which Lethierry was, so to speak, the product. Mess Lethierry did not pray. To be powerless is in itself a kind of force. In the presence of our two great blindnesses, destiny and nature, it is in his powerlessness that man has found his chief support, prayer. Man makes his terror lend him succor. He demands aid of his fears. Anxiety counsels him to kneel. Prayer is an enormous force, peculiar to the soul, and of the same species as mystery. Prayer addresses itself to the magnanimity of the shadows. Prayer looks at the mystery with the very eyes of the shadow, and before the powerful intentness of that suppliant gaze one feels that it is possible to disarm the unknown. This possibility, once realized, is a consolation in itself. But Mess Lethierry did not pray. While he was happy, God existed for him, in flesh and blood, one might say. Lethierry spoke to him, pledged his word to him, almost shook hands with him from time to time. But in Lethierry's unhappiness God was eclipsed, a not infrequent phenomenon. This happens when one has made for himself a good God who is a good fellow. In the state of mind in which Lethierry then was, there existed for Lethierry but one clear vision, Déruchette's smile. Beyond that smile all was dark. For some time past, no doubt on account of the loss of the Durande, the counter shock of which she felt, this charming smile of Déruchette's had become more rare. She appeared thoughtful. Her bird-like and childlike pretty ways had disappeared. She was no longer seen to make a courtesy in the morning at the sound of the daybreak gun, and say to the rising sun, "Boom, day! Pray take the trouble to enter." She wore a very serious air at times, a sad thing in this sweet being. Nevertheless, she made an effort to smile at Mess Lethierry and to divert him, but her gaiety grew more tarnished from day to day, and became covered with dust, like the wing of a butterfly which has a pin through its body. Let us add that either out of grief for her uncle's grief, for there are such things as reflected sorrows, or for other reasons, she seemed now to incline greatly towards religion. In the days of the former rector, M. Jacquemin Hérode, she had only gone to church, as the reader knows, 4 times a year. She was very assiduous there now. She never missed a service, either on Sunday or on Thursday. The pious souls of the parish beheld this amendment with satisfaction, for it is great good fortune when a young girl, who runs so many risks from men, turns towards God. This at least causes the poor parents to feel more at ease on the score of love affairs. In the evening, whenever the weather permitted, she strolled for an hour or two in the garden of Les Bravées. She was almost as pensive there as Mess Lethierry, and always alone. Déruchette was the last to go to bed. This did not prevent Douce and Grace from always keeping an eye upon her, through that instinct for watching which is common to domestics. Spying relieves the tedium of serving. As for Mess Lethierry, in that abstracted state of his mind, these little alterations in Déruchette's habits escaped him. Moreover, he had not been born a duenna. He did not even notice Déruchette's punctual attendance on the parish services. Always tenacious in his prejudices against things and people pertaining to the clergy, he would have viewed this frequentation of church with no pleasure. It was not because his own moral condition was not in process of modification. Grief is a cloud and changes its form. Robust souls, as we have just said, are sometimes, by certain blows of ill fortune, almost if not wholly thrown off their bearings. Virile characters, like Lethierry, react in a given time. Despair has ascending degrees. From prostration one mounts to despondency, from despondency to affliction, from affliction to melancholy. Melancholy is a twilight. Suffering melts into it in somber joy. Melancholy is the happiness of being sad. These mournful alterations were not made for Lethierry. Neither the nature of his temperament nor the character of his unhappiness were adapted to these delicate shades. But at the moment when we find him again, the reverie of his first despair had been, for about a week, tending to dissipate. Without being less sad, Lethierry was less inert. He was still somber, but he was no longer gloomy. A certain perception of facts and events had come back to him, and he had begun to experience something of that phenomenon which may be called the re-entrance into reality. Thus, during the day, in the lower room, he did not listen to the people's words, but he heard them. Grace came in triumph one morning to tell Déruchette that Mess Lethierry had broken the wrapper of a newspaper. This half-acceptance of reality is in itself a good symptom. It is convalescence. Great misfortunes stun. It is in this way that one emerges from the shock. But this amelioration first produces an aggravation of the evil. The previous state of dreaminess blunted the suffering. One saw indistinctly. One felt but little. Now the vision is clear. One escapes nothing. One bleeds at everything. Pain is accentuated by all the details which one perceives. One beholds all again in memory. To remember all is to regret all. There are all sorts of bitter aftertastes in this return to the real. One is better and, at the same time, worse. This was Lethierry's experience. His sufferings were more distinct. It was a shock which had restored Mess Lethierry to the sense of reality. Let us describe what this shock was. One afternoon, about the 15th or 20th of April, the two knocks which announced the postman had been heard at the door of the big room of Les Bravées. Douce had opened the door. It was, in fact, a letter. This letter came from the sea. It was addressed to Mess Lethierry. It was postmarked Lisboa. Douce had carried the letter to Mess Lethierry, who was shut up in his chamber. He had taken the letter, placed it mechanically on the table, and had not glanced at it. This letter remained a full week on the table with its seal unbroken. But one morning it chanced that Douce said to Mess Lethierry, "Monsieur, shall I brush the dust off your letter?" Lethierry appeared to wake up. "All right," said he, and he opened the letter. He read as follows: At sea, March 10th. Mess Lethierry of St. Sampson. You will be glad to receive tidings of me. I am aboard the Tamaulipas, bound for never come back. Among the crew there is a sailor, Ayer Tostavin, of Guernsey, who will go back, and who will have some things to tell you. I take advantage of our speaking the ship Herman Cortez, bound for Lisbon, to send you this letter. Be astonished. I am an honest man, as honest as Sieur Clubin. I am bound to believe that you know what has occurred. Nevertheless, it may not be superfluous for me to inform you. Here it is. I have restored your money to you. I borrowed from you, somewhat irregularly, 50,000 francs. Before leaving St. Malo, I handed to your confidential man, Sieur Clubin, 3 banknotes of £1,000 each, making 75,000 francs. You will no doubt find this reimbursement sufficient. Sieur Clubin protected your interests and took your money with energy. He struck me as very zealous, which is my reason for notifying you. Your other confidential man, Rantaine. P.S. Sieur Clubin had a revolver, which explains why I have no receipt. Touch a torpedo, touch a charge-laden jar, and you will experience what Lethierry felt on reading this letter. Beneath that envelope, in that sheet of paper folded in 4, to which he had paid so little attention at first, there was a commotion. He recognized the writing, he recognized the signature. As for the fact, at the first moment he understood nothing about it. Such a commotion it was that it set his mind on its feet again, so to speak. This phenomenon of the 75,000 francs, confided by Rantaine to Clubin, being an enigma, was the useful feature of the shock, in that it forced Lethierry's brain to work. Conjecture is a healthy occupation for the mind. Reason is awakened. Logic is called forth. For some time past, public opinion in Guernsey had been occupied in rejudging Clubin, that honest man for so many years, so unanimously regarded with esteem. People began to question and to have their doubts. There were wagers laid for and against. Singular lights had been thrown on the subject. Clubin began to be illuminated, that is to say, he became black. A judicial investigation had taken place in St. Malo to learn what had become of the Coast Guardsman number 619. Legal perspicacity had gone astray, which is frequently the case. It had started with the supposition that the Coast Guardsman must have been enticed away by Zuela and embarked on board the Tamaulipas for Chile. This ingenious hypothesis had gone astray in many respects. The short-sightedness of justice had not even perceived Rantaine, but during the investigation the examining magistrates had come upon other trails. This obscure affair was complicated. Clubin had entered into the enigma. A coincidence, perhaps a connection, had been established between the departure of the Tamaulipas and the loss of the Durande. Clubin had been recognized in the wine shop of the Dinan Gate, where Clubin thought he was not known. The keeper of the shop had talked. Clubin had bought a bottle of brandy. For whom? The gunsmith of the Rue Saint-Vicent had talked. Clubin had bought a revolver. Against whom? The landlord of the Jean Tavern had talked. Clubin had been inexplicably absent. Captain Gertrais Gaboureau had talked. Clubin had been determined to set out, although warned, and aware that he was going to meet the fog. The crew of the Durande had talked. In fact, a full cargo was not taken, and the stowage was badly done, a piece of negligence easy to understand if a captain desires to wreck his vessel. The Guernsey passenger had talked. Clubin had fancied that he was wrecked on the Hanways. The people of Torteval had talked. Clubin had gone thither a few days before the loss of the Durande, and had strolled towards Plainmont, close to the Hanways. He carried a valise. He went away with it, and he returned without it. The bird-nesters had talked. Their story might seem to have some connection with Clubin's disappearance, provided only that smugglers were substituted for the ghosts. Lastly, the haunted house of Plainmont itself had spoken. People determined to investigate the matter had climbed up into it and had found there what? That same valise of Clubin's. The douzaine of Torteval had seized the bag and had it opened. It contained provisions, a spyglass, a chronometer, a man's clothing and linen, marked with Clubin's initials. All this was construed in the gossip of St. Malo and of Guernsey, and ended in a decision of something like barratry. The confused features of the case were brought together. They proved a singular disregard of advice, an acceptance of the chances of the fog, a suspicious negligence in the stowage, a bottle of brandy, a drunken helmsman, a substitution of the captain himself for the helmsman, a turn of the helm which was very awkward, to say the least. The heroism of remaining on the wreck became knavery. However, Clubin had mistaken the reef. The intention of barratry admitted, the choice of the Hanways was understood. The coast easily reached by swimming, a sojourn in the haunted house while awaiting an opportunity to escape. The valise, that provision for emergencies, completed the proof. By what bond this adventure was connected with that of the coastguardsman could not be perceived. Some connection was suspected, nothing more. In connection with that man, the guard number 619, a glimpse of a whole tragic drama was to be seen. Perhaps Clubin had played no part in it, but he could be perceived in the side scenes. All was not explained by barratry. There was an unemployed revolver. This revolver probably belonged to the other affair. The scent of the people is fine and just. Public instinct excels in these restorations of the truth made of bits and morsels. Only in these facts, whence probable barratry stood forth, there existed serious uncertainties. All held good, all agreed, but the basis was lacking. No one wrecks a vessel for the pleasure of wrecking it. No one runs all those risks of the fog, the reef, swimming, concealment, and flight without some interval in the matter. What could have been Clubin's interest? His act was seen, but not his motive. Hence a doubt in many minds. Where there is no motive, it seems as though there were no act. The gap was an important one. This gap had just been filled by Rantain's letter. This letter gave Clubin's motive, 75,000 francs to steal. Rantain was the deus ex machina. He had descended from the clouds with a candle in his hand. His letter furnished the final gleam of light. It explained all, and announced in addition a witness, Ayer Tostevin. A decisive point, it explained the employment for the revolver. Rantain was undoubtedly thoroughly posted in the matter. His letter permitted one to lay his finger on the whole. No extenuation was possible to Clubin's villainy. He had premeditated the shipwreck, and the proof was the valise carried to the haunted house. And even supposing him to be innocent, admitting the wreck to be accidental, ought he not at the last moment, having made up his mind to sacrifice himself on the wreck, to have handed the 75,000 francs for Mess Lethierry to the men who were escaping in the longboat? The evidence was startling. What had become of Clubin now? He had probably been the victim of his mistake. He had doubtless perished on the Douvres reef. This structure of conjectures, very nearly answering, as it will be seen, to the reality, occupied Mess Lethierry's mind for many days. Rantain's letter rendered him the service of forcing him to think. There was a first shock of surprise, then he made the effort at reflection. He made a still more difficult effort to obtain information. He was obliged to listen to and even to seek conversation. At the end of a week he had become practical to a certain extent. His mind had regained coherence and was almost restored. He had emerged from his troubled state. Admitting that Mess Lethierry had ever been able to entertain any hope of reimbursement from Rantain, this letter had caused his last chance to vanish. It added to the catastrophe of the Durande, this new shipwreck of 75,000 francs. It put him in possession of that money just enough to make him feel its loss. This letter revealed to him the very bottom of his ruin. Hence a new suffering, and a very acute one, which we have just pointed out. He began, a thing which he had not done for 2 months, to take an interest in his household. What was to become of it? What must be reformed about it? Petty annoyances at 1,000 points, almost worse than despair. to undergo your misfortunes in detail, to dispute, foot by foot, with an accomplished foe, the ground which it has just wrested from you, is odious. Misfortune in the mass can be accepted, not its dust. The great total may overwhelm, but the detail tortures. Just now catastrophe struck you like a thunderbolt. Now it trifles with you. It is humiliation aggravating ruin. It is a second and hideous desolation added to the first, one step nearer annihilation. After the shroud, the rag. There is no sadder thought than that of diminishing. To be ruined seems simple. A violent blow, the brutality of fate, catastrophe once for all, so be it. One accepts it. All is over. One is ruined. That is well. One is dead. Not at all. One is alive. One perceives it on the very next day. To what? To pinpricks. Such and such a passer-by does not salute you. The merchants shower down their bills upon you. Yonder is one of your enemies, laughing. Perhaps he is laughing at Arnal's last pun, but all the same, that pun only seems so charming to him because you are ruined. You read your fall even in glances of indifference. The people who used to dine with you consider 3 courses too much on your table. Your defects are apparent to everyone. Cases of ingratitude no longer wait, but proclaim themselves. Every fool has foreseen what has happened to you. The malicious rend you, the worst pity you. And then 100 petty details. Nausea follows tears. You have drunk wine, you must now drink cider. 2 servant maids, that is 1 too many. This one must be discharged, and that one work harder. There are too many flowers in the garden. Potatoes must be planted. You have been in the habit of giving fruit to your friends. You will now have it sold in the market. As for the poor, they are no longer to be thought of. Are you not poor yourself? Dress, a painful question. Deprive a woman of a ribbon, what torture! Refuse ornament to her who gives you her beauty. Wear the appearance of a miser. Perhaps she will say to you, "What? You have taken the flowers from my garden, and now you are taking them from my bonnet." Alas, to condemn her to faded gowns. The family table is silent. You fancy that those around you are angry with you. Beloved faces are careworn. This is what coming down in the world means. It means a dying day by day. To fall is nothing. It is the furnace. To decrease is like a slow fire. Rain is Waterloo. Diminution is St. Helena. Fate, incarnate in the shape of Wellington, still retains some dignity, but when it becomes Hudson Lowe, what meanness! Destiny becomes a contemptible dastard. One beholds the man of Campo Formio quarreling about a pair of silk stockings, humiliating Napoleon, who humiliated England. Every ruined man traverses these 2 phases, Waterloo and St. Helena, reduced to a humbler proportions. On the evening to which we have referred, and which was one of the first evenings in May, Lethierry, leaving Déruchette strolling in the garden by moonlight, went to bed sadder than ever. All those petty and unpleasant details, complications of lost fortunes, all these preoccupations of the 3rd order, which begin by being insipid and end by being gloomy, were rolling about in his mind, disagreeable accumulations of miseries. Mess Lethierry felt his fall to be irremediable. What was to be done? What was to become of him? What sacrifices must he impose on Déruchette? Which should he dismiss, douce or grasse? Should he sell Les Bravées? Should they not be reduced to quitting the island? To be nothing where one has been everything is in very truth an intolerable descent. And the idea that all was over, to recall those trips which bound France to the archipelago, those Tuesdays of sailing, those Fridays of return, that throng upon the quay, those great cargoes, that industry, that prosperity, that direct and proud navigation, that machinery into which man puts his will, that all-powerful boiler, that smoke, that reality. The steamer is the compass completed. The compass indicates the straight road. The steamer follows it. The one proposes, the other executes. Where was his Durande, his magnificent and sovereign Durande, that mistress of the sea, that queen which made him king? To have been in his country the man of ideas, the man of success, the man of revolution, to renounce it, to abdicate, to exist no longer, to become a laughing-stock, to be an empty sack which once was filled, to belong to the past when one has been the future, to end in the haughty pity of idiots, to see the triumph of routine, obstinacy, the beaten track, egotism, ignorance, to behold the going and coming of Gothic coasters, the sport of the waves begin again, to see the antiquated grow young again, to have wasted his life, to have been a light, and to suffer eclipse. Ah, how beautiful upon the waves had been that proud smokestack, that prodigious cylinder, that pillar with a capital of smoke, that column grander than the column of Vendôme, for upon the one there is only a conquered man, while upon the other there is progress. The ocean had been subdued. It was certainty on the open sea. This had been seen in that little isle, in that little port, in little St. Sampson. Yes, it had been seen. Indeed, it had been seen, and it would never be seen again. All this throng of regrets tortured Lethierry. There are mental sobbings. Never perhaps had he felt his loss more bitterly. A certain stupor follows these acute attacks. Beneath this weight of sadness he fell into a doze. He remained for about 2 hours with closed eyes, sleeping a little, thinking much, feverish. These stupors hide an obscure and very fatiguing labor of the brain. Towards the middle of the night, about midnight, a little earlier or a little later, he shook off his doze. He woke, he opened his eyes. His window faced his hammock. He beheld an extraordinary thing. A form was in front of his window, an unprecedented form, the smokestack of a steamer. Mess Lethierry sat upright with a sudden movement. The hammock oscillated, as in the agitation of a tempest. Lethierry gazed. There was a vision in front of the window. The port, flooded with moonlight, was framed in its panes, and against that brightness, quite close to the house, there was outlined, upright, round and black, a superb silhouette. The smokestack of an engine was there. Lethierry sprang out of his hammock, ran to the window, raised the sash, leaned out, and recognized it. The smokestack of the Durande was before him. It was in its old place. Its 4 chains held it moored to the rail of a boat in which, beneath it, a mass of complicated form could be distinguished. Lethierry retreated, turned his back to the window, and fell back upon the hammock in a sitting posture. He turned round again, and again he beheld the vision. A moment later, in the time required for a flash of lightning, he was on the quay, lantern in hand. To the Durande's former mooring ring was moored a bark, bearing a little towards the stern, a massive block from which rose the smokestack straight before the window of Les Bravées. The bow of the bark ran out beyond the corner of the wall of the house, flush with the quay. There was no one on the boat. This bark had a form peculiar to itself, which all Guernsey could have described. It was the Paunch. Lethierry leapt into it. He ran to the mast, which he perceived beyond the mast. It was the engine. There it was, complete, entire, intact, squarely planted on its cast-iron flooring. The boiler had all its rivets. The paddle shaft was set up on end and lashed near the boiler. The brine pump was in its place. Nothing was missing. Lethierry inspected the engine. The lantern and the moon aided each other in lighting him. He passed the whole mechanism in review. He saw the two boxes which stood beside it. He looked at the paddle shaft. He went to the cabin. It was empty. He returned to the engine and touched it. He thrust his head into the boiler. He knelt down in order to look inside. He set his lantern in the furnace, and its light illuminated the whole mechanism and almost produced the optical illusion of a lighted engine. Then he burst into a laugh, and drawing himself up, with his eyes riveted upon the engine, his arms outstretched towards the funnel, he cried, "Help!" The port bell was situated on the quay, a few paces distant. He ran to it, seized the chain, and began to jerk the bell furiously. End of Chapter 1. The Bell of the Port. Section 89 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 2. Again the port bell. Gilliatt had, in fact, arrived at St. Sampson after nightfall, nearer 10 o'clock than 9, after a trip devoid of incident, but a little slow, owing to the weight of his cargo. Gilliatt had calculated the hour. The half-flood had made. There was moonlight and water, so that he could enter the port. The little harbor was asleep. A few vessels were anchored there, their sails brailed upon the yards, topsails furled and without lights. At the further end, several fishing boats under repair were visible on the careenage, great dismasted and stripped hulls lifting above their planking, pierced with openings here and there, the curving points of their denuded framework, bearing a strange resemblance to dead beetles lying on their backs with their legs in the air. As soon as he had passed the mouth of the harbor, Gilliatt examined the port and the quay. There was no light anywhere, either at Les Bravées or elsewhere. There were no passers-by, with the exception perhaps of a man who had just entered or left the parsonage. And even then one could not be sure that it was a person, since the night blurs all that it draws, and the moonlight never makes anything otherwise than indistinct. Distance added to the obscurity. The parsonage of that day was situated on the other side of the port, on the place where a covered shipyard has been constructed at the present day. Gilliatt had quietly come alongside of Les Bravées and had moored the paunch to the ring of the Durande, under Mess Lethierry's window. Then he had leapt over the rail and landed. Gilliatt, leaving the paunch at the quay behind him, turned the corner of the house, passed through one little street, then another, did not even glance at the branch of the path which led to the But de la Rue, and in a few moments he halted in that nook of the wall where there were wild mallows with rose-colored flowers in June, holly, ivy, and nettles. It is there that, hidden under the brambles, seated on a stone, many a time on summer days, and for long hours together, and for whole months, he had gazed over the wall, which was so low as to tempt him to step across, at the garden of Les Bravées, and through the branches of the trees at two windows belonging to a certain chamber of the house. He found his stone, his nettle, the wall as low, the nook as dark as ever, and there he crouched down, crawling in like an animal, re-entering its hole rather than walking. Once seated, he made no further movement. He gazed. Again he beheld the garden, the paths, the clumps of bushes, the beds of flowers, the house, the two windows of the chamber. The moon showed him this dream. It is terrible that one should be forced to breathe. He did what he could to keep from doing so. It seemed to him that he beheld a phantom paradise. He was afraid it would all fly away. It was almost impossible that these things should really be before his eyes, and if they were there, it could only be with the imminent danger of vanishing, always pertaining to things divine. A breath, and all would be dissipated. Gilliatt trembled at this thought. Quite close to him in the garden, at the edge of a walk, was a wooden bench painted green. The reader will remember this bench. Gilliatt gazed at the two windows. He thought of the slumber of some one possible in that chamber. Behind that wall some one was sleeping. He would have liked to be elsewhere. He would have preferred to die rather than to go away. He thought of a breath heaving a breast. She, that mirage, that whiteness in a cloud, that floating obsession of his mind, she was there. He thought of the inaccessible who was asleep and so near, and within reach, as it were, of his ecstasy. He thought of the impossible woman sleeping, and visited also by visions; of the creature longed for, distant, indiscernible, with her eyes closed and her brow in her hand; of the mystery of the slumber of the ideal being; of the dreams possible to a dream. He dared not think beyond that, and yet he did. He ventured into almost disrespectful familiarity in his reverie. The quantity of feminine form which an angel can have disturbed him. The hours of night emboldened timid eyes to furtive glances. He was vexed with himself for going so far. He feared to profane by reflection upon it. In spite of himself, forced, constrained, quivering, he gazed into the invisible. He endured the thrill and almost the pain of picturing to himself a petticoat on a chair, a mantle flung on the carpet, a girdle loosened, a fichu. He imagined a corset with its lace trailing on the ground, stockings, garters. His soul was in the stars. The stars are made for the human heart of a poor man like Gilliatt, no less than for the human heart of a millionaire. Up to a certain degree of passion, every man is subject to profoundly dazzling impressions. If his be a wild and primitive nature, this is all the more true. An uncultivated mind is most susceptible of reverie. Ecstasy is a fullness which overflows like any other. The sight of those windows was almost too much for Gilliatt. All at once he beheld her, herself. From amid the branches of a thicket which had already been made dense by the spring, there came forth, with an ineffable, spectral, and celestial slowness, a figure, a robe, a divine face, almost a radiance under the moon. Gilliatt felt himself grow weak. It was Déruchette. Déruchette approached. She paused. She retrieved several steps as though to return, paused again, then came back and seated herself on the wooden bench. The moon shone through the trees. A few clouds wandered among the pale stars. The sea murmured to the gloom in a low tone. The town was asleep. A mist was rising from the horizon. The melancholy was profound. Déruchette inclined her head with that pensive glance which gazes attentively at nothing. She was seated in profile. She was almost bareheaded, having a cap, but untied, which allowed a view of the commencement of hair on the back of her dainty neck. She was mechanically twisting one string of this cap round her finger. The half-gloom outlined her statue-like hands. Her gown was of one of those shades which by night appear white. The trees rustled as though sensible of the enchantment which emanated from her. The tip of one of her feet was visible. In her downcast lids there was that vague contraction which indicates a repressed tear or a thought suppressed. Her arms had the ravishing indecision of not knowing where to rest themselves. Something floating was mingled with her whole attitude. It was a gleam rather than a light, the grace of a goddess. The folds of the bottom of her skirt were exquisite. Her adorable face was wrapped in virgin meditation. She was so near that it was terrible. Gilliatt could hear her breathe. In the distance a nightingale was singing. The stirring of the wind among the branches set in motion the ineffable silence of the night. Déruchette, pretty and divine, appeared in this twilight like the resultant of these rays and these perfumes. This immense and scattered charm ended mysteriously in her, and was there concentrated, and in her was its flowering. She seemed the flower soul of all that shadow. All that shadow hovering about Déruchette weighed upon Gilliatt. He was bewildered. What he felt transcends words. Emotion is always new, and words have been always in use. Hence the impossibility of expressing emotion. There is such a thing as the overwhelming of rapture. To see Déruchette, to see her herself, to see her dress, her cap, to see the ribbon which was rolling round her finger. Can such a thing be imagined? Was it possible he was near her? He heard her breathe, so she did breathe? Then the stars breathe. Gilliatt was thrilled. He was the most miserable and the most intoxicated of men. He knew not what to do. The delirium of beholding her was annihilating him. What? Was she really there? Was he really here? His ideas, dazzled and fixed, rested upon this creature as upon a precious stone. He gazed at that neck and hair. He did not even tell himself that all was now his, that in a short time, tomorrow perhaps, he should have the right to take off that cap, he should have the right to untie that ribbon. He had never for a moment conceived such an excess of audacity as to dream of that. To touch with the thought is almost the same as to touch with the hand. Love was to Gilliatt what honey is to the bear, a delicate and exquisite dream. He thought confusedly. He did not know what possessed him. The nightingale sang. He felt as if he were about to expire. To rise, to leap over the wall, to approach, to say, "It is I," to speak to Déruchette, such an idea never occurred to him. If it had occurred to him he would have fled. If anything approaching a thought did succeed in making its way through his mind, it was this, that Déruchette was there, that he needed nothing more, and that this was the beginning of eternity. A noise aroused her from her reverie, and him from his ecstasy. Someone was walking in the garden. Who it was could not be seen because of the trees. It was the footstep of a man. Déruchette raised her eyes. The steps drew near, then ceased. The person who had been walking had stopped. He must be very close at hand. The path on which the bench stood wound between two clumps of bushes. The person was there, in that passage, a few paces from the bench. Chance had so arranged the denseness of the branches that Déruchette could see, while Gilliatt could not. The moon cast a shadow on the ground from the thicket to the bench. Gilliatt saw this shadow. He looked at Déruchette. She was very pale. Her half-open mouth gave vent to a cry of surprise. She had half risen from the bench and fallen back upon it. There was a mixture of fright and fascination in her attitude. Her astonishment was an enchantment full of fear. She wore upon her lips almost the radiance of a smile, and in her eyes a gleam of tears. She was as though transfigured by a presence. It did not seem as though the being whom she beheld could be of this earth. The reflection of an angel was in her gaze. The being, who was only a shadow to Gilliatt, spoke. A voice proceeded from the thicket, sweeter than the voice of a woman, but a man's voice nevertheless. Gilliatt heard these words: "Mademoiselle, I see you every Sunday and Thursday. I am told that formerly you did not come so often. It is a remark which has been made, and I beg your pardon. I have never spoken to you. It was my duty. Today I speak to you. It is my duty. I must first address myself to you. The Cashmere sails tomorrow. This is why I am come. You walk in your garden every evening. It would be an ill thing in me to know your habits if I did not cherish my present intention. Mademoiselle, you are poor. After tomorrow I shall be rich. Will you have me for your husband?" Déruchette clasped her hands like a suppliant, and gazed at the man who was speaking to her, mute, with fixed eyes, trembling from head to foot. The voice continued, "I love you. God has made the heart of man to keep silence. Since God promises eternity, it is because he wishes man not to be alone. There is for me one woman on earth. It is you. I think of you as of a prayer. My faith is in God, and my hope is in you. The wings which I have you wear. You are my life and my heaven already." "Monsieur," said Déruchette, "there is no one in the house to answer you." The voice rose again. "I have cherished this sweet dream. God does not forbid dreams. You produce upon me the effect of a glory. I love you passionately, mademoiselle. You are holy innocence. I know that this is the hour when all your household are asleep, but I had no choice of any other moment. Do you remember the passage in the Bible which was read to us? Genesis, chapter 25. I have thought of it ever since. I have often read it over. The Reverend Hérode said to me, 'You need a rich wife.' I answered him, 'No, I need a poor wife.' Mademoiselle, I speak to you without approaching you. I will even retreat farther back if you desire that my shadow should not touch your feet. You are the sovereign. You shall come to me if you will. I love, and I wait. You are the living form of benediction." "Monsieur," stammered Déruchette, "I did not know that I had been noticed on Sundays and Thursdays." The voice continued, "One cannot contend against angelic things. Love is all the law. Marriage is Canaan. You are the promised land of beauty. Oh, full of grace, I salute you." Déruchette replied, "I did not think that I was doing any more harm than other people who were constant in attendance." The voice pursued, "God has set his intentions in the flowers, in the dawn, in the spring. It is his will that we should love. You are beautiful in this sacred gloom of night. This garden has been cultivated by you, and in its perfumes there is something of your breath. Mademoiselle, the meetings of souls do not depend upon themselves. It is no fault of ours. You were present, nothing more. I was there, nothing more. I have done nothing but feel that I loved you. Sometimes my eyes were raised to you. I was in the wrong, but what was I to do? It was while looking at you that it all came about. One cannot help oneself. There are mysterious wills above us. The first of temples is the heart. The terrestrial paradise to which I aspire is to have your soul in my house. Do you consent to it? As long as I was poor I said nothing. I know your age. You are 21. I am 26. I go tomorrow. If you refuse me I shall not return. Be my betrothed, will you? My eyes have already put this question to you more than once in spite of me. I love you. Answer me. I will speak to your uncle as soon as he can receive me, but I turn to you first of all. It is to Rebecca that one pleads for Rebecca, unless you do not love me." Déruchette bent her head and murmured, "Oh, I adore him." This was spoken so low that only Gilliatt heard it. She remained with bowed head, as if by hiding her face in the shadow she could conceal her thoughts. A pause ensued. The leaves on the trees did not stir. It was a solemn and peaceful moment when the slumber of things is added to the slumber of beings, and when the night seems to be listening to the heart-throbs of nature. In this musing time there rose like a harmony, completing silence, the immense murmur of the sea. The voice began again. "Mademoiselle," Déruchette started. The voice continued. "Alas, I am waiting." "For what are you waiting?" "Your reply." "God has heard it," said Déruchette. Then the voice became almost sonorous, and, at the same time, sweeter than ever. These words proceeded from the thicket, as from a burning bush. "Thou art my affianced bride. Rise and come. May the blue canopy wherein lie the stars be present at this acceptance of my soul by thy soul, and may our first kiss be mingled with the firmament." Déruchette rose, and remained motionless for a moment, her gaze riveted before her, no doubt, upon another's eyes. Then, with slow steps, her head erect, her arms drooping, and her fingers outspread, as when one treads upon unfamiliar ground, she went toward the thicket and disappeared. A moment later, instead of one shadow on the sandy walk, there were two. They were mingled together, and Gilliatt saw at his feet the embrace of these two shadows. Time flows from us as from an hourglass, and we have no consciousness of its flight, especially at certain supreme moments. On the one hand, this couple, who were ignorant of the presence of this witness, and who did not see him. On the other hand, this witness who did not see this couple, but who knew they were there. How many minutes did they remain thus in that mysterious suspense? It would be impossible to say. All at once a distant noise broke forth, a voice shouted, "Help!" and the port bell sounded. It is probable that this intoxicated and celestial happiness did not hear this tumult. The bell continued to ring. Anyone who sought Gilliatt in the corner of the wall would not have found him there. End of chapter 2. Again the port bell. Section 90 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Book Second, Gratitude in Full Despotism. Chapter 1, Joy Surrounded by Anguish. Mess Lethierry rang the bell furiously. All at once he stopped. A man had just turned the corner of the quay. It was Gilliatt. Mess Lethierry ran to him, or, to speak more accurately, flung himself upon him, seized his hand between his own, and gazed into his eyes for a moment in silence, the silence of an explosion that knows not where to break forth. Then, violently shaking and pulling him and straining him in his arms, he made Gilliatt enter the lower room of Les Bravées, thrust to, with his back, the door, which remained half open, seated himself, or rather fell upon a chair beside a large table lighted by the moon, whose reflection vaguely whitened Gilliatt's face, and, in a voice which was composed of mingled bursts of laughter and sobs, he cried, "Ah, my son, the man of the bagpipe! Gilliatt, I knew well that it was you. The paunch parbleu! Tell me about it. So you went. You would have been burned 100 years ago. It is magic. Not a screw is missing. I have always looked at everything, recognized everything, handled everything. I guess that the 2 paddle wheels are in those 2 boxes. Here you are at last. I have just been looking for you in the cabin. I rang the bell. I was in search of you. I said to myself, where is he, that I may devour him? One must admit that extraordinary things take place. This animal has returned from the Douvres reef. He brings me back my life. Thunder! You are an angel. Yes, 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 'tis my engine. No one will believe it. They will see it, and will say, "It is not true. All is there indeed. Everything is there. Not a screw-thread is missing. Not a bolt is lacking. The tube for the feed-pipe has not budged. It is incredible that it should have suffered no injury. It only needs a little oiling. How did you manage it? And to think that the Durand will go again. The wheel shaft is dismounted as though by a jeweler. Give me your word of honor that I am not mad." He stood erect, took breath, and went on. "Swear that to me. What a revolution! I pinch myself. I believe plainly that I am not dreaming. You are my child, you are my boy, you are my good Providence. Ah, my son, to go and get my rascally engine on the open ocean, in that snare of a reef. I have seen very queer things in my life. I have never seen anything like this. I have seen Parisians who were devils. I scorn the idea that they could do that. 'Tis worse than the Bastille. I have seen the gauchos tilling the pampas. They have for a plough the branch of a tree with an elbow to it, and for harrow a faggot of thorns drawn by a leather rope, and with these they harvest grains of wheat as large as hazelnuts. 'Tis a mere trifle by the side of you. You have performed a miracle in very truth. Ah, the scamp! Come, throw yourself on my neck. We shall owe you the whole prosperity of the country. How they will growl in St. Sampson! I am going to busy myself instantly with making the boat over again. 'Tis astounding there is nothing broken about the connecting rod. Gentlemen, he has been to the Douvres. I say the Douvres. He went all alone. The Douvres, the worst pebble in existence. Do you know? Have they told you? It has been proved it was done intentionally. Clubin sank the Durand for the sake of swindling me out of some money which he was to bring me. He got Tangrouille drunk. 'Tis a long tale. I will tell you about his piracy some other time. I, stupid brute that I am, had confidence in Clubin. He was caught, the rascal, for he couldn't have been able to get away. There is a God, scoundrels! You see Gilliatt instantly. Whack! Whack! We'll have our irons in the fire and rebuild the Durand. We will add 20 feet to her. They build boats longer now. I will buy timber at Danzig and Bremen. And now that I have got the machinery, I can get credit. Confidence will return." As Lethierry paused, raised his eyes, with that look which sees heaven through the ceiling, and muttered between his teeth, "There is one." Then he placed the middle finger of his right hand between his eyebrows, with the nail resting on the bridge of his nose, which indicates a project passing through the brain, and went on, "Never mind. In order to begin again on a grand scale, a little ready money would have been the thing for me. Ah, if I only had my 3 banknotes, the 75,000 francs which that brigand of a Rantaine returned to me, and which that brigand of Clubin stole from me." Gilliatt silently fumbled for something in his pocket, and placed it before him. It was the leather belt which he had brought back. He opened it, and spread out on the table this belt, on the inside of which, by the light of the moon, they could decipher the word Clubin. He drew from the pocket of the belt a box, and from the box 3 bits of folded paper, which he unfolded and handed to Mess Lethierry. Mess Lethierry examined the 3 pieces of paper. It was light enough to render the figures 1,000 and the word 1,000 perfectly visible. Mess Lethierry took the 3 notes, placed them on the table side by side, looked at them, looked at Gilliatt, remained speechless for a moment, and then came something like an eruption from an explosion. "That, too! You are a prodigy! My banknotes, all 3, 1,000 each. My 75,000 francs! Did you go to hell itself? It is Clubin's belt. Pardieu, I read his filthy name on it. Gilliatt brings back the machinery plus the money. That's something worth putting in the newspapers. I shall purchase timber of the best quality. I guess you must have found his carcass. Clubin rotted in some corner. We will get the fir at Danzig, and the oak at Bremen. We will have it well planked. We'll put the oak inside and the fir outside. In former times they did not build ships so well, and they lasted longer. It is because the wood was better seasoned, because they did not build so many. Perhaps we will make the hull of elm. Elm is good for the parts under water. It rots a thing to be sometimes dry and sometimes wet. Elm wants to be always wet. It feeds on water. What a beautiful Durand we are going to fit out! They can't dictate terms to me. I shall have no further need for credit. I have the sou. Has the like of this Gilliatt ever been seen before? I was flat on the earth, dead. He sets me on my pins again, and I was not thinking of him in the least. He had escaped my mind. It all comes back to me now. Poor fellow! Oh, by the way, you know, you are to marry Déruchette. Gilliatt placed his back against the wall, like a man who is tottering, and said very low but very distinctly, "No." Mess Lethierry gave a start. "How's this? No?" Gilliatt replied, "I do not love her." Mess Lethierry went to the window, opened it, closed it again, returned to the table, took the 3 bank notes, folded them, placed the iron box on top of them, scratched his head, seized Clubin's belt, flung it violently against the wall, and said, "There's something the matter." He thrust his 2 fists into his pockets and repeated, "You don't love Déruchette. So it was for me that you played the bagpipes?" Gilliatt, with his back still to the wall, turned pale, like a man near his end. As he grew pale, Lethierry grew red. "Here's an imbecile. He does not love Déruchette. Well, make up your mind to love her, for she shall marry no one but you. What devil of a story are you telling me? Perhaps you think I believe it. Are you ill? Very well, send for the doctor, but don't talk nonsense. It is not possible that you should have had time to quarrel already, and to get angry with her. It is true that lovers are so stupid. Come, have you any reasons? If you have any reasons, tell them. One does not make a goose of himself without having a reason for it. But, however, I have cotton in my ears. Perhaps I heard wrong. Repeat what you said." Gilliatt replied, "I said no." "You said no. He sticks to it, the brute. There's something the matter with you, that's certain. You said no. Here's stupidity that surpasses the limits of the known world. Men get ducked for less than that. So you don't love Déruchette. Then it was for love of the old man that you have done all you have done. It was for Papa's fine eyes that you went to the Douvres, that you have endured cold, that you have been hot, that you have been dying of hunger and thirst, that you have eaten the vermin of the rocks, that you have had fog, wind, and rain for a bedchamber, and that you have accomplished the task of bringing me back my engine as one brings back to a pretty woman her canary bird which has escaped. And the tempest of 3 days ago. Do you suppose that I don't appreciate the matter? You have had a hard time. It was while pursing up your mouth in heart shape toward my old noodle that you hewed, cut, turned, veered, dragged, filed, sawed, built, invented, planned, and performed more miracles all alone by yourself than all the saints in paradise. Ah, idiot! Yet you have bored me enough with your bagpipe. It is called a biniou in Brittany. Always the same tune, you brute. You don't love Déruchette. I don't know what's the matter with you. I recalled it all quite well now. I was there, in the corner. Déruchette said, I will marry him. And she shall marry you. Ah, you don't love her. On reflection, I don't understand it at all. Either you are mad or I am. And here he never says a word. It can't be permitted to a man to do all that you have done, and then to say at the end of all, I don't love Déruchette. One does not do people a service for the sake of putting them into a rage. Well, if you don't marry her, she shall remain a spinster. In the first place, I need you myself. You shall be the pilot of the Durande. Do you imagine that I am going to let you off like this? No, dear heart, I shall not let you go. I have got you. I won't even listen to you. Where is there a sailor like you? You are my man. Come, say something. In the meantime the bell had roused the household and the neighborhood. Douce and Grace had risen, and had just entered the room with an air of stupefaction, and without uttering a word. Grace had a candle in her hand. A group of neighbors, bourgeois, mariners, and peasants, who had run out in haste, stood outside on the quay, staring in amazement and petrifaction at the smokestack of the Durande in the punch. Some, on hearing Mess Lethierry's voice in the big room, began to slip in silently through the half-open door. Between the faces of two gossips was thrust the head of Sieur Landoy, who always had the good luck to be where he would have regretted being absent. Great joys ask nothing better than to have witnesses. The rather scattered support which a crowd offers pleases them. They start afresh from it. Mess Lethierry suddenly perceived that he had people around him. He welcomed the audience at once. "Ah, here you are, you fellows. 'Tis very lucky. You know the news. This man has been there, and has brought it back. Good day, Sieur Landoy. Just now, when I woke up, I espied the smokestack. It was under my window. Not a nail is missing in the thing. They make pictures of Napoleon. For my part, I prefer this to the Battle of Austerlitz. You get out of bed, good people. The Durande comes to you while you are asleep. While you are putting on your nightcaps and blowing out your candles, there are people who are heroes. Some are a pack of cowards and idlers. They coddle their rheumatism. Fortunately, that does not prevent their being madmen. These madmen go where it is necessary, and do what must be done. The man of the Butte de la Rue has just arrived from the Douvres rocks. He has fished up the Durande from the bottom of the sea. He has fished up the money from Clubin's pocket, a hole that was still deeper. But how did you do it? But you had the very devil against you, wind and sea, sea and wind. 'Tis true that you are a sorcerer. Those who say that are not so stupid after all. The Durande has come back. Tempests may rage now. This cuts them out. My friends, I announce to you that the shipwreck is no more. I have examined the machinery. It is like new, perfectly whole. The steam valves work as though on wheels. One would declare it a thing made only yesterday morning. You know that the waste water from the engine is taken outside the boat by a tube placed in another tube, through which the cold water passes as it enters the boiler in order to utilize the heat. Well, those two tubes are there, the whole engine, and the paddle wheels, too. Ah, you shall marry her." "Marry whom? The engine?" asked Sieur Landoy. "No, the girl. Yes, the engine, both. He shall be doubly my son-in-law. He shall be the captain. Good day, Captain Gilliatt. He's going to have a ship, a Durande. We're going to do business with it. There will be trade, and circulation, and commerce, and cargoes of cattle and sheep. I wouldn't give St. Sampson in exchange for London. And here's the author. I tell you that 'tis a great adventure. It will be read on Saturday in Father Mauger's Gazette. Gilliatt, the crafty, is a cunning fellow. What louis d'or are these?" Mess Lethierry had just observed through the crack in the cover that there was gold in the box which lay on the bank notes. He took it, opened it, emptied it into the palm of his hand, and placed the handful of guineas on the table. "For the poor, Sieur Landoy, give these sovereigns in my name to the Constable of St. Sampson. You know about Rantain's letter? I showed it to you. Well, I have the bank notes. Here's the wherewithal to purchase oak and fir and to do carpentry. Look, do you remember the weather of 3 days ago? What a massacre of wind and rain! The sky fired cannon. Gilliatt received that in the Douvre, but it did not prevent his unhooking the wreck as I unhook my watch. Thanks to him I have become someone again. Father Lethierry's galiote is going to resume its service, ladies and gentlemen. A nutshell with the 2 wheels and a pipe. I have always been crazy over that invention. I have always said to myself, I'll make one of them. It dates from a long time back. 'Tis an idea which occurred to me in Paris, in the café at the corner of the Rue Christine and the Rue Dauphine, while reading a journal that spoke of it. Do you know that it would not embarrass Gilliatt to put Marley's machine in his fob and walk off with it? That man is of wrought iron, of tempered steel, of diamond, a mariner in good earnest, a smith, an extraordinary fellow, more astonishing than the Prince of Hohenlohe. I call him a man of mind. None of us amount to much. Sea-dogs, that's you, that's myself, that's all of us. But the lion of the sea is here. Hurrah, Gilliatt! I know not what he has done, but he certainly has been a devil of a fellow, and how can you suppose that I would not give him Déruchette?" Déruchette had been in the room for the last few moments. She had not uttered a word, she had not made a sound. She had entered like a shadow. She had seated herself, almost unnoticed, on a chair behind Mess Lethierry, as he stood there loquacious, stormy, joyous, talking loudly and with many gestures. Shortly after her another mute apparition had entered, a man dressed in black, with a white tie, with his hat in his hand, had halted in the opening of the door. There were now many candles in the group, which had swelled slowly. These lights illuminated from one side the man clad in black. His profile, of a young and charming complexion, was outlined against the dark background with the purity of a medallion. He leaned his elbow on the corner of a panel of the door, and rested his brow on his left hand, an unconsciously graceful attitude, which set off the height of the brow by the smallness of the hand. There was a hold of anguish at the corner of his contracted lips. He scrutinized and listened with profound attention. Those present, having recognized the Reverend Ebenezer Caudray, rector of the parish, had drawn aside to let him pass, but he had remained on the threshold. There was hesitation in his attitude, and decision in his glance. This glance occasionally met that of Déruchette. As for Gilliatt, either by accident or intentionally, he stood in the shadow, and only a very confused glimpse could be had of him. At first Mess Lethierry did not see Monsieur Ebenezer, but he did see Déruchette. He went to her and kissed her with all the ardor which a kiss on the brow can contain. At the same time he extended his arm towards the dark corner where Gilliatt stood. "Déruchette," said he, "you are rich, and there is your husband." Déruchette raised her head in bewilderment and looked into the darkness. Mess Lethierry continued, "The wedding will take place immediately, tomorrow if possible. We will have a dispensation, and moreover the formalities are not difficult here. The dean does what he pleases, and one is married before one has time to cry 'Look out!' It is not as it is in France, where there are bans and publications and delays and all the fol-de-rols. And you can boast of being the wife of a brave man, and there's nothing to be said. He's as a sailor should be, and I thought of him from the very day that I saw him come back from Herm with the little cannon. Now he has come back from the Douvre with his fortune and mine, and the fortune of the country. He is a man of whom it will be said one of these days that he is impossible. You said, I will marry him. You shall marry him, and you will have children, and I shall be a grandfather, and you will have the good fortune to be the lady of a fine fellow who works, who is useful, who is astonishing, who is worth 100 others, who saves the inventions of others, and who is a providence. And you, at least, will not, like nearly all the rich, proud hussies of this countryside, have married a soldier or a priest, that is to say, a man who kills or a man who lies. But what are you doing in your corner, Gilliatt? We can't see you. Douce, grâce, everybody, light, illuminate my son-in-law like the day. I betroth you, my children, and here is your husband, and here is my son-in-law. He is Gilliatt of the Bû de la Rue, the good fellow, the great sailor, and you shall have no other husband, and I will have no other son-in-law. I pledge my word again on it to God Almighty. Ah, there you are, Monsieur le Curé. You shall marry these young people for me. Mess Lethierry's eye had just fallen on the Reverend Ebenezer. Douce and Grâce had obeyed. 2 candles placed on the table lighted Gilliatt from head to foot. "How handsome he is!" cried Lethierry. Gilliatt was hideous. He was as he had been when he had emerged that same morning from the Douvres reef, in rags, with tattered elbows, a long beard, bristling hair, eyes red and bloodshot, skin peeling off his face, bleeding hands, and with bare feet. Some of the pustules made by the octopus were still visible on his hairy arms. Lethierry contemplated him. "He is my true son-in-law. How he has fought with the sea! He is all in rags. What shoulders! What paws! How handsome you are!" Grâce ran to Déruchette and supported her head. Déruchette had fainted. End of Chapter 1. Joy surrounded by anguish. Section 91 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 2. The Leather Trunk. St. Sampson was on foot at daybreak, and St. Pierre-Port began to arrive. The resurrection of the Durande created in the island a commotion comparable with that made in the south of France by La Salette. A crowd had assembled on the quay to stare at the smokestack projecting from the paunch. They would have liked to see and touch the machinery a little, but Lethierry, after having made a fresh and triumphant inspection by daylight of the engine, had stationed 2 sailors in the boat with orders to prevent all approach. Moreover, the smokestack was enough to look at. The crowd marveled. Nothing was talked about but Gilliatt. His surname of the Crafty was commented upon and accepted. Admiration was given to ending in this phrase: "It is not always agreeable to have in the island people capable of doing things like that." From the outside, Mess Lethierry could be seen seated at his table in front of his window, writing, one eye on his paper, the other on the engine. He was so absorbed that he only interrupted himself once to call Douce and inquire after Déruchette. Douce replied, "Mademoiselle has risen and has gone out." Mess Lethierry had said, "She does well to take the air. She was rather ill last night because of the heat." There were a great many people in the room, and then the surprise, the joy, and the windows were shut besides. "She is going to have a fine husband." And he began to write again. He had already signed and sealed 2 letters addressed to the most notable timber merchants of Bremen. He was just completing the sealing of the 3rd. The sound of a wheel on the quay made him raise his head. He leaned out and saw a boy pushing a wheelbarrow out of the path which led to the Bû de la Rue. This boy was going in the direction of St. Pierre-Port. In the wheelbarrow there was a yellow leather trunk studded with pewter and copper nails in patterns. Mess Lethierry hailed the boy. "Where are you going, boy?" The lad halted and replied, "To the Cashmere." "What for?" "To carry this trunk." "Well, you shall carry these 3 letters also." Mess Lethierry opened the drawer of his table, took out a bit of cord, tied crosswire into one packet the 3 letters which he had just written, and tossed the package to the boy, who caught it in both hands. "You will say to the captain of the Cashmere that it was I who wrote them, and that he is to take good care of them. They are for Germany, Bremen via London." "I shall not speak with the captain, Mess Lethierry." "Why?" "The Cashmere is not lying at the quay." "Ah, she is in the roads." "Quite right, because of the sea." "I can only speak to the skipper of the small boat." "You will put my letters in his care." "Yes, Mess Lethierry." "And what hour does the Cashmere sail?" "At 12 o'clock." "At noon today. The tide rises. She has the tide against her." "But she has the wind with her." "Boy," said Mess Lethierry, pointing his forefinger at the smokestack of his engine, "do you see that? That laughs at wind and tide." The boy put the letters in his pocket, seized the handles of the wheelbarrow once more, and resumed his way towards the town. Mess Lethierry shouted, "Douce? Grâce?" Grace opened the door a little way. "What's wanted, miss?" "Come in and wait." Mess Lethierry took a sheet of paper and began to write. If Grace, as she stood behind him, had been curious and had leaned over his shoulder while he was writing, this is what she might have read: "I have written to Bremen for timber. I have appointments all day with carpenters for the estimates. The rebuilding will proceed rapidly. Do you, on your side, go to the Dean and get the license. I wish the marriage to take place as soon as possible. It would be better to have it immediately. I am busy with the Durande. Do you busy yourself with Déruchette." He dated and signed it Lethierry. He did not take the trouble to seal the note, but simply folded it in 4 and handed it to Grace. "Carry this to Gilliatt." "To the But de la Rue?" "To the But de la Rue." End of Chapter 2. The Leather Trunk. Section 92 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Book Third, Departure of the Cashmere, Chapter 1. The Havelet quite close to the church. St. Sampson cannot have a crowd without St. Pierre being deserted. A curious thing, at any given point, is a suction pump. News travels rapidly in small communities. The great matter in Guernsey, beginning with sunrise, was to go and take a look at the Durands' smokestack in front of Mess Lethierry's windows. Every other event was eclipsed in the presence of this one. Eclipse of the death of the Dean of Saint Asaph. There was no longer any question of the Reverend Ebenezer Caudray, nor of his sudden wealth, nor of his departure by the Cashmere. The engine of the Durande brought back from the Douvres, such was the order of the day. People did not believe it. The shipwreck had appeared extraordinary, but salvage seemed impossible. They vied with each other in making sure of the fact with their own eyes. Every other occupation was suspended. Long files of bourgeois in families, from the Vessin neighbored to the Mess, men, women, gentlemen, mothers with children, children with their dolls, betook themselves along all the roads towards the thing to see at Les Bravées, and turned their backs on St. Pierre Port. Many shops in St. Pierre Port were closed. In the commercial arcade there was absolute stagnation of sales and negotiations. All attention was absorbed by the Durande. Not a merchant had made his first sale, with the exception of a jeweler, who was much amazed to have sold a wedding ring "to a sort of man who seemed in great haste, and who had inquired of him where the house of Monsieur the Dean was situated. The shops which remained open were places for gossip, where the miraculous salvage was noisily discussed. Not a promenader on the Hevreuse, which is now called, no one knows why, Cambridge Park, no one in High Street, which was then called Grande Rue, nor in Smith Street, which was then called the Rue des Forges, no one in Hauteville. The Esplanade itself was deserted. One would have taken it for Sunday. A Royal Highness on a visit, reviewing the militia at Anneres, would not have emptied the town more thoroughly. All this disorder in consequence of a mere nothing at all of that Gilliatt, who made grave men and correct persons shrug their shoulders. The church of St. Pierre Port, a triple gable in juxtaposition with transept and spire, is situated at the water's edge near the extremity of the port, almost at the very landing. It welcomes those who arrive, and bids the departing Godspeed. This church is the capital letter of the long line which the façade presents to the town. It is, at the same time, the parish church of St. Pierre Port and deanery of the whole island. It has for its officiating priest, the surrogate of the bishop, a clergyman endowed with plenary powers. The haven of St. Pierre Port, a very fine and very large harbor at the present day, was at that epoch, and even only 10 years ago, less considerable than the port of St. Sampson. There were two huge cyclopean curving walls, starting from the shore on starboard and port, and almost uniting at their extremities, where there was a small white lighthouse. Below this lighthouse a narrow entrance, still having the double ring of the chain which closed it in the Middle Ages, gave passage to ships. Let the reader picture to himself the half-open claw of a lobster. This was the haven of St. Pierre Port. This claw took from the abyss a little sea, which it forced to remain quiet. But when there was an east wind, the waves poured through the narrow channel, the harbor was covered with a choppy sea, and it was wiser not to enter. This is what the Cashmere had done that day. She had anchored in the roads. When the wind was from the east, vessels preferred to take this course, especially as it relieved them from port dues. In that case the boatmen licensed by the town, a brave tribe of mariners whom the new port has driven to beggary, came with their boats to the landing, or to stations on the beach, to get the voyagers, and transported them and their baggage, often through very tough seas, and always without accident, to the ships about to sail. The east wind is a slanting wind, very good for the trip to England. The vessel rolls, but does not pitch. When the ship to sail was in port, everyone embarked in the port. When it lay in the roads, a person had his choice of embarking from one of the points on the shore near the moorings. There were boatmen, unlicensed, in all the inlets. The Havelet was one of these inlets. This tiny harbor was quite close to the town, but so deserted that it seemed very far off. It owed its solitude to being encased in the lofty cliffs of Fort George, which commands this retired cove. The Havelet could be reached by many paths. The most direct skirted the edge of the water. It possessed the advantage of leading to town and to the church in 5 minutes, and the inconvenience of being covered by the waves twice a day. The other paths, more or less abrupt, plunged into the crevices of the cliffs. The Havelet lay in shadow, even in broad daylight. Blocks out of the perpendicular were suspended everywhere. It bristled with a dense mass of nettles and undergrowth, which formed a sort of gentle night over this disorder of rocks and waves. Nothing could be more peaceful than this inlet in calm weather, nothing more tumultuous when the water was rough. There were tips of branches there perpetually damp with foam. In spring it was full of flowers, nests, perfumes, birds, butterflies, and bees. Thanks to recent improvements, these things no longer exist. They have been replaced by fine straight lines. There are bits of masonry, quays, and little gardens. Embankments have become popular. Taste has executed justice on the singularities of the cliffs and the irregular-shaped rocks. End of Chapter 1. The Havelet quite close to the church. Section 93 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 2. Despairs in Presence of Each Other. It was a little before 10 o'clock in the morning, a quarter before, as they say in Guernsey. The flood of people seemed to be increasing at St. Sampson. The population, fevered with curiosity, streamed to the north of the island, and the Havelet, which lies on the south, was more deserted than ever. Nevertheless, a boat and boatman were to be seen there. In the boat there lay a traveling bag. The boatman seemed to be waiting. The Cashmere could be seen lying at anchor in the roads, but as it was not to start until noon, no preparations for getting under sail were visible as yet. If anyone passing along the staircase paths of the cliff had listened, he would have heard a murmur of words in the Havelet, and, if he had leaned over the overhanging rocks, he would have seen, some distance from the boat, in a nook formed of rocks and branches, where the eye of the boatman could not penetrate, two persons, a man and a woman, Ebenezer and Déruchette. Those obscure niches on the sea coast which tempt maidens to the bath are not always as solitary as they are supposed to be. People are sometimes seen and listened to. Those who take refuge and shelter there can easily be followed through the dense vegetation, and, thanks to the multiplicity of paths, the granite and trees which conceal the private meeting may also conceal a witness. Déruchette and Ebenezer were standing face to face, with their eyes riveted on each other. They clasped each other's hands. Déruchette was speaking. Ebenezer was silent. A tear which had gathered and paused between his lashes hung there, but did not fall. Grief and passion were stamped on Ebenezer's religious brow. A poignant resignation was added thereto, a resignation hostile to faith, though proceeding from it. On that countenance, simply angelic up to that point, there was the beginning of a fatal expression. He who had hitherto meditated only on dogma was beginning to meditate on fate, an unhealthy meditation for a priest. Faith is decomposed in it. Nothing is more disturbing than to bend under the unknown. Man is the sufferer of events. Life is a perpetual succession. We undergo it. We never know from what quarter fate's abrupt descent will be made. Catastrophes and happiness enter, then depart like unexpected personages. They have their law, their orbit, their gravitation outside of man. Virtue does not bring happiness. Crime does not bring unhappiness. Conscience has one logic. Fate has another. No coincidence. Nothing can be foreseen. We live pell-mell and in confusion. Conscience is a straight line. Life is a whirlwind. This whirlwind unexpectedly casts upon the head of man black chaos and blue skies. Fate does not understand the art of transitions. Sometimes the wheel turns so rapidly that man hardly distinguishes the interval between one revolution and another, and the bond between yesterday and today. Ebenezer was a believer whose faith was mingled with reasoning, and a priest who was subject to passion. Religions which impose celibacy know what they are about. Nothing undoes a priest like loving a woman. All sorts of clouds threw a gloom over Ebenezer. He gazed at Déruchette too long. These two beings idolized each other. In Ebenezer's eyes lay the mute adoration of despair. Déruchette was saying, "You shall not go. I have not the strength for that. You see, I thought that I had strength enough to bid you farewell, but I have not. One cannot be forced to accomplish an impossibility. Why did you come yesterday? You should not have come if you wished to go away. I have never spoken to you. I loved you, but I did not know it. Only that first day when Monsieur Héraud read the story of Rebecca, and your eyes met mine, I felt my cheeks aflame, and I thought, oh, how crimson Rebecca must have become. If anyone had said to me yesterday, "You love the rector," I should have laughed. That is the terrible thing about our love. It has been like a treason. I paid no heed to it. I went to church. I saw you. I thought that everyone was like myself. I do not reproach you. You have done nothing to make me love you. You took no trouble. You looked at me. It is not your fault if you look at people, and that made me adore you. I did not suspect it. But when you took the book, it was light. When others took it, it was only a book. You sometimes cast your eyes on me. You spoke of archangels, and you were the archangel. What you said I immediately thought. Before you came, I do not know whether I believed in God. Since you came, I have become a praying woman. I said to Douce, "Dress me very quickly that I may not miss the service," and I ran to church. So that is being in love with a man. I did not know it. I said to myself, how devout I am becoming. It is you who have taught me that I did not go to church for the sake of God. I went there for your sake. That is true. You are handsome. You talk well. When you raised your arms to heaven, it seemed to me that you held my heart in your two white hands. I was mad. I did not know it. If you wish me to tell you your fault, it is this. Having entered the garden yesterday, having spoken to me, if you had said nothing to me, I should have known nothing. You would have taken your departure. I should have been sad. Perhaps now I shall die. Now that I know that I love you, it is no longer possible that you should go away. Of what are you thinking? You do not appear to be listening to me. Ebenezer replied, You heard what was said yesterday? Alas! What can I do against that? They were silent for a moment. Ebenezer began again. There is but one thing for me to do, to go away, and for me to die. Oh, I wish there were no sea, and that there were nothing but heaven. It seems to me that that would arrange everything. Our departure would be the same. You ought not to have spoken to me. Why did you speak to me? Then do not go away. What is to become of me? I tell you that I shall die. You will be well advanced, and I shall be in the cemetery. Oh, my heart is broken. I am very unhappy. Yet my uncle is not unkind. This was the first time in her life that Déruchette had said, my uncle, in speaking of Mess Lethierry. Up to that day she had always said, my father. Ebenezer retreated a step and made a sign to the boatman. The sound of the boat-hook could be heard among the boulders, and the step of the man on the edge of his bark. No, no! cried Déruchette. Ebenezer drew near to her again. It must be, Déruchette. No, never. For the sake of an engine, is it possible? Did you see that horrible man yesterday? You cannot abandon me. You are clever. You will find a way. It cannot be that you told me to come and meet you here this morning with the idea that you would go away. I have done nothing to you. You have no reason to complain of me. Is it by this vessel that you meant to go? I will not have it. You shall not leave me. Heaven is not open to be thus closed again. I tell you that you shall stay. Besides, it is not yet time. Oh, I love you. And pressing herself against him, she crossed the 10 fingers of both hands behind his neck, as though to make with her encircling arms a bond for Ebenezer, and with her clasped hands a prayer to God. He loosened this gentle clasp, which resisted as far as it was able. Déruchette sank back in a sitting posture on a projecting rock covered with ivy, with a mechanical gesture, turning up the sleeve of her gown to the elbow, showing her charming bare arm, with a suffused and pallid light in her eyes. The boat was approaching. Ebenezer took her head in his two hands. This virgin had the look of a widow, and this young man had the look of an old man. He touched her hair with a sort of religious care. He fixed his gaze upon her for some moments. Then he placed on her brow one of those kisses beneath which it seems as though a star must blossom forth, and in an accent wherein trembled supreme anguish, and in which the rending of the soul could be heard, he uttered this word, the word from the depths: "Farewell." Déruchette burst into sobs. At that moment they heard a slow, grave voice saying, "Why should you not marry?" Ebenezer turned his head. Déruchette raised her eyes. Gilliatt stood before them. He had just entered by a side path. Gilliatt was no longer the same man that he had been on the previous evening. He had combed his hair, he had shaved his beard, he had put on shoes. He wore a sailor's white shirt with a broad rolling collar. He was dressed in his newest sailor's clothes. A gold ring could be seen on his little finger. He seemed profoundly calm. There was a paleness beneath his sunburn. Suffering bronze, such was this visage. They stared at him in amazement. Although unrecognizable, Déruchette recognized him. As for the words which he had just uttered, they were so remote from what they were thinking of at the moment that they made but little impression on their minds. Gilliatt repeated, "Why should you bid each other farewell? Marry! You can go together." Déruchette started. She trembled from head to foot. Gilliatt continued, "Miss Déruchette is of age. She is dependent upon herself alone. Her uncle is only her uncle. You love each other." Déruchette interrupted him gently. "How comes it that you are here?" "Marry each other," repeated Gilliatt. Déruchette began to perceive what this man was saying to her. She stammered, "My poor uncle." "He would refuse if the marriage had not taken place. He will consent when the marriage is already performed. Besides, you are going away. When you return he will forgive." Gilliatt added, with a shade of bitterness, "And then he is thinking only of rebuilding his boat. That will occupy him during your absence. He has the Durand to console him." "I should not like," stammered Déruchette in a stupor in which joy was discernible, "to leave any unhappiness behind me." "It will not last long," said Gilliatt. Ebenezer and Déruchette had been dazzled, as it were. They were recovering themselves now. As their confusion decreased, the sense of Gilliatt's words became apparent to them. A cloud was mingled with them, but it was not to their interest to resist. One allows those who are saving us to have their way. Objections against a return to paradise are weak. In Déruchette's attitude, as she leaned imperceptibly on Ebenezer, there was something which made common cause with what Gilliatt said. As for the enigma of the presence of this man, and of his words, which, in Déruchette's mind in particular, evoked many varieties of astonishment, they were side issues. This man was saying to them, "Marry." This was clear. If there were any responsibility, he assumed it. Déruchette felt, in a confused way, that for many reasons he had the right so to do. What he had said of Mess Lethierry was true. Ebenezer murmured thoughtfully, "An uncle is not a father." He was under the influence of a sudden and happy change. The probable scruples of the clergyman melted and dissolved in this poor, loving heart. Gilliatt's voice became curt and harsh, and something like the pulsations of fever could be heard in it. "Instantly. The Cashmere sails in 2 hours. You have time, but you have barely time. Come." Ebenezer gazed at him attentively. All at once he exclaimed, "I recognize you. It was you who saved my life." Gilliatt replied, "I think not. Yonder, at the point of the banks." "I don't know the place." "It was on the very day of my arrival." "Let us not waste time," said Gilliatt. "And I am not mistaken. You are the man we saw last evening." "Perhaps. What is your name?" Gilliatt raised his voice. "Boatman, wait for us. We are coming back." "Mess Lethierry, you asked me how it comes that I am here. It is very simple. I walked behind you. You are 21 years of age. In this country, when people have attained their majority and are dependent only on themselves, they can marry in a quarter of an hour. Let us take the path along the waterside. It is practicable. The sea will not cover it until noon. But come at once with me." Déruchette and Ebenezer seemed to consult each other with a glance. They stood beside each other and did not stir. They were as though intoxicated. There are such hesitations on the brink of that abyss, happiness. They understood, as it were, without comprehending. "His name is Gilliatt," said Déruchette to Ebenezer. Gilliatt began again with a sort of authority. "Why do you tarry? I tell you to follow me." "Whither?" asked Ebenezer. "There," and Gilliatt pointed toward the tower of the church. They followed him. Gilliatt went on before, his step was firm. They walked unsteadily. As they advanced towards the church, something which was soon to become a smile could be seen dawning on the pure and beautiful faces of Ebenezer and Déruchette. The approach to the church illuminated them. In Gilliatt's hollow eyes reigned night. One would have said that he was a spectre conducting two souls to paradise. Ebenezer and Déruchette did not fully comprehend what was about to take place. The intervention of the man was the branch at which the drowning wretch clutches. They followed Gilliatt with a docility of despair, leaning on the first comer. He who feels that he is dying is not over-scrupulous in making the most of chance. Déruchette, being more ignorant, was more confident. Ebenezer pondered. Déruchette had attained her majority. The formalities of English marriage are very simple, especially in primitive countries where the rectors of the parish have almost discretionary power. But nevertheless, would the dean consent to celebrate the marriage without even inquiring whether the uncle consented? That was the question. One might make the trial, however. In any case, it was a reprieve. But who was this man? And if it really was he whom Mess Lethierry had declared to be his son-in-law on the preceding evening, how was his present course of action to be explained? He, the obstacle, had been converted into Providence. Ebenezer yielded himself to it, but he gave to what was taking place the tacit and rapid consent of the man who feels that he is saved. The path was uneven, sometimes wet and difficult. Ebenezer, in his absorption, paid no heed to the pools of water and the blocks of stone. From time to time Gilliatt turned and said to Ebenezer, "Look out for these stones. Give her your hand." End of Chapter 2. Despairs in presence of each other. Section 94 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 3. The Foresight of Abnegation. 10:30 sounded as they entered the church. The church was empty, on account of the hour, and also on account of the solitude of the town on that day. At the further end, however, near the table which takes the place of the altar in Reformed churches, there were three persons. They were the dean, his assistant, and the registrar. The dean, who was the Reverend Jacquemin Hérode, was seated. The clerk and the registrar were standing. The book lay open on the table. On one side, upon a credence table, lay another book, the parish register, also open, and in it An attentive eye would have observed a freshly written page on which the ink was not yet dry. A pen and an inkstand lay beside the register. On seeing the Reverend Ebenezer Caudray enter, the Reverend Jacquemin Hérode rose. "I have been expecting you," said he. "All is ready." The dean, in fact, wore his ecclesiastical robes. Ebenezer glanced at Gilliatt. The Reverend Dean added, "I am at your service, colleague," and he bowed. This bow turned neither to right nor left. It was evident from the direction of the dean's visual ray that Ebenezer alone existed for him. The dean did not include in this salutation either Déruchette, who was beside him, nor Gilliatt, who was behind. In his glance there was a parenthesis into which Ebenezer alone was admitted. The observance of these shades form a part of good order and consolidate society. The dean resumed with graciously haughty urbanity, "I present you with my double compliments, colleague. Your uncle is dead, and you are taking to yourself a wife. You are rich through the one, and happy through the other. Moreover, now, thanks to the steamer which is to be started again, Mess Lethierry is also rich, which I approve. Miss Lethierry was born in this parish. I have verified the date of her birth in the register. Miss Lethierry has attained her majority and belongs to herself. Moreover, her uncle, who is all the family she has, gives his consent. You wish to be married at once, on account of your departure. That I understand, but as you are the rector of a parish, I should have desired a little more formality for this marriage. I will abridge it as a favor to you. The essential may be contained in the summary. The certificate is already prepared upon this register here, only the names remain to be filled in. According to the terms of the law and of customs, the marriage can take place immediately after signing. The declaration required by the license has been duly made. I take upon myself a slight irregularity, since the request for the license should have been registered a week in advance. But I yield to necessity and the urgency of your departure. So be it. I will marry you. My assistant shall be the witness for the bridegroom. As for the witness on the part of the bride—" The dean turned to Gilliatt. Gilliatt nodded. "That is sufficient," said the dean. Ebenezer remained motionless. Déruchette was petrified ecstasy. The dean continued, "Now there is still an obstacle." Déruchette made a movement. The dean went on, "The representative here present of Mess Lethierry has asked for your license, and has signed the declaration on the register." And with the thumb of his left hand the dean designated Gilliatt, which exempted him from articulating that sort of a name. "The envoy of Mess Lethierry told me this morning that Mess Lethierry, who was too much occupied to come in person, desired that the marriage should take place immediately. This desire, verbally expressed, is not enough. I am unable, on account of having to grant the license, and of the irregularity of which I am assuming the responsibility, to advance so rapidly without making inquiries of Mess Lethierry, or at least unless I am shown his resignation. However great may be my good will, I cannot content myself with a message which is repeated to me. I must have some writing." "Let that not delay us," said Gilliatt, and he presented a paper to the Reverend Dean. The dean seized the paper, ran his eye over it, seemed to skip several lines, doubtless not to the purpose, and read aloud, "Go to the dean and get the license. I wish the marriage to take place as soon as possible. It would be better to have it immediately." He laid the paper on a table and went on. Signed, Lethierry. The thing would be more respectful if addressed to me, but since a colleague is in question, I will demand nothing more. Ebenezer looked at Gilliatt again. There are such things as understandings between souls. Ebenezer felt that there was deception here, and he had not the strength to denounce it, nor even an idea of doing so. Either through obedience to a latent heroism of which he caught a glimpse, or because his conscience was stunned by the thunderclap of happiness, he remained speechless. The dean took the pen, and, aided by the registrar, he filled in the blanks of the page written in the register, then straightened himself up, and with a gesture invited Ebenezer and Deruchette to approach the table. The ceremony began. It was a strange moment. Ebenezer and Déruchette stood side by side before the minister. Anyone who has had a dream in which he was being married has experienced what they experienced. Gilliatt stood at some distance in the shadow of the pillars. Déruchette, on rising in the morning in her despair, and with a thought of the coffin and the shroud, had dressed herself in white. This attire, associated with the idea of mourning, was suitable for the wedding. A white robe immediately makes a bride. The tomb is also a betrothal. A radiance emanated from Déruchette. Never had she been what she was at that moment. Déruchette's fault lay in being perhaps too pretty, and not sufficiently beautiful. Her beauty sinned, if that is a sin, through excess of grace. Déruchette in repose, that is to say, outside of passion or pain, was, as we have already pointed out in detail, above all pretty. The transfiguration of the charming girl is the ideal virgin. Déruchette, rendered greater by love and suffering, had undergone that promotion, may we be allowed the expression. She had the same candor with more dignity, the same freshness with more perfume. It was something as though a daisy should be changed into a lily. The moisture of tears scarcely dried was on her cheeks. One, perhaps, still lingered in the corner of her smile. Tears dried, vaguely visible, are a sweet and somber embellishment for happiness. The dean, standing beside the table, laid his finger on the open Bible and asked in a loud voice, "Is there any objection?" No one replied. "Amen," said the dean. Ebenezer and Déruchette advanced a step towards the Reverend Jacquemin Hérode. The dean said, "Joel Ebenezer Caudray, will you have this woman to be your wife?" Ebenezer replied, "I will." The dean continued, "Durand Déruchette Lethierry, will you have this man to be your husband?" Déruchette, in agony of soul from too much joy, like a lamp with too much oil, murmured rather than uttered, "I will." Then, following the beautiful Anglican rite of marriage, the dean glanced about him and put this solemn question to the gloom in the church: "Who giveth this woman to be married to this man?" "I do," said Gilliatt. A pause ensued. Ebenezer and Déruchette felt a vague oppression through their rapture. The dean placed Déruchette's right hand in Ebenezer's right hand, and Ebenezer said to Déruchette, "Déruchette, I take thee to be my wedded wife, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness or in health, to love and to cherish until death do us part, and thereto I plight thee my troth." The dean put Ebenezer's right hand in Déruchette's right hand, and Déruchette said to Ebenezer, "Ebenezer, I take thee to be my wedded husband, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness or in health, to love and to cherish until death do us part, and thereto I plight thee my troth." The dean resumed, Where is the ring?" This took them by surprise. Ebenezer, taken unexpectedly, had no ring. Gilliatt removed the gold ring from his little finger. It was probably the wedding ring purchased in the mooring from the jeweler in the Commercial Arcade. The Dean laid the ring upon the book, then handed it back to Ebenezer. Ebenezer took Déruchette's small, trembling left hand, slipped the ring on the fourth finger, and said, "With this ring I thee wed." "In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost," said the Dean. "Amen," said the clerk. The Dean raised his voice. "You are man and wife." "Amen," said the clerk. The Dean resumed, "Let us pray." Ebenezer and Déruchette turned towards the table and knelt down. Gilliatt, who remained standing, bowed his head. They knelt before God. He bowed beneath fate. End of Chapter 3. The Foresight of Abnegation. Section 95 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 4. For Your Wife When You Marry. On leaving the church, they saw the Cashmere beginning to make ready to sail. "You are in time," said Gilliatt. They again took the path to the Havelet. They walked in front. Gilliatt now followed behind. They were two somnambulists. They had, so to speak, only changed their bewilderment. They knew neither where they were nor what they were doing. They made haste mechanically. They no longer remembered the existence of anything. They felt each other. They could not put two ideas together. In ecstasy, one no more thinks than one swims in a torrent. From the midst of the darkness they had fallen into a Niagara of joy. One might say that they were undergoing the process of introduction to paradise. They did not speak to each other. They were saying too many things with their souls. Déruchette pressed Ebenezer's arm closely to her. Gilliatt's steps behind them occasionally reminded them that he was there. They were profoundly moved, but they said not a word. Excessive emotion resolves itself into stupor. Theirs was delicious, but overwhelming. They were married. They were postponing all other thoughts. They would see each other again. What Gilliatt had done was well. That was all. The depths of these two hearts thanked him ardently and vaguely. Déruchette said to herself that there was something for her to unravel in this matter later on. In the meanwhile they accepted. They felt themselves at the discretion of this decided and abrupt man who had made their happiness with authority. It was impossible to question him, to talk with him. Too many impressions rushed upon them at once. Their absorption is pardonable. Facts are sometimes like a hail. They riddle you. They stun. The abruptness of incidents falling into existences habitually calm very speedily renders existences unintelligible to those who suffer or profit from them. One is not acquainted with one's own adventure. One is crushed without guessing it. One is crowned without understanding it. Déruchette, in particular, for several hours, had been subjected to all commotions. First, she had been dazzled by Ebenezer in the garden. Then came nightmare, that monster declared her husband. Then desolation, the angel spreading his wings and on the point of departing. Now it was joy, an unheard-of joy, with an indecipherable background, the monster giving the angel to her, Déruchette. Marriage springing from agony. That Gilliatt, the catastrophe of yesterday, the salvation of today. She could understand nothing. It was evident that since early morning Gilliatt's only occupation had been to get them married. He had done everything. He had answered for Mess Lethierry, seen the dean, obtained the license, signed the necessary declaration. This was how it had been possible for the marriage to take place. But Déruchette did not understand it. Moreover, had she understood the how, she would not have understood the why. All there was to be done was to close her eyes, return thanks mentally, forget earth and life, allow herself to be carried to heaven by this good demon. An explanation was too long, thanks were too little. She held her peace in the sweet intoxication of happiness. A little, though, remained in them, sufficient. There are parts of the sponge which remain white under water. They possessed exactly the quantity of lucidity which was requisite for distinguishing the sea from the land and the Cashmere from any other vessel. In a few minutes they had reached the Havelet. Ebenezer was the first to enter the boat. At the moment when Déruchette was about to follow him, she experienced the sensation of having her sleeve plucked gently. It was Gilliatt, who had placed his finger on a fold of her dress. "Madame," he said, "you were not expecting to depart. I thought that you would, perhaps, need dresses and linen. On board the Cashmere you will find a trunk which contains articles of clothing for a lady. This trunk came to me from my mother. It was intended for the woman whom I should marry. Permit me to offer it to you." Déruchette half awoke from her dream. She turned towards Gilliatt. Gilliatt, in a low voice, which was scarcely audible, continued, "Now, I do not wish to detain you, but you see, madame, I think that I must explain to you. On the day when that misfortune occurred, you were sitting in the parlor. You said some words. You do not remember it. It is quite natural. One is not obliged to remember all the words which one utters. Mess Lethierry was greatly grieved. 'Tis certain that it was a good boat, which had rendered good service. The misfortune of the sea had happened. There was a great commotion in the countryside. These are things which one forgets, naturally. That was not the only vessel which has been lost on the rocks. One cannot think forever of an accident. Only what I wanted to say to you was this, that when they said no one will go, I went. They said it was impossible. It was not that which was impossible. I thank you for listening to me for a brief moment. You understand, madame, that if I went there it was not for the sake of offending you. Moreover, the matter is of very ancient date. I know that you are in haste. If one had the time, one would remember, but it would serve no purpose. The story goes back to one day when there was snow, and then, once when I was passing, I thought that you smiled. That is the way it is to be explained. As to last night, I had not time to go home. I had just come from my work. I was all ragged. I frightened you. You felt ill. I was wrong. That is not the way to make one's appearance before people. I pray you not to be angry with me for it. This is nearly all that I wish to say. You are about to take your departure. You will have fine weather. The wind is from the east. Farewell, madame. You think it natural, do you not, that I should say little? This is the last minute." "I am thinking of that trunk," said Déruchette. "But why not keep it for your wife when you marry?" "Madame," said Gilliatt, "I shall probably never marry." "That will be a pity, for you are good. Thank you." And Déruchette smiled. Gilliatt returned her smile. Then he helped Déruchette to enter the boat. Less than a quarter of an hour afterwards the boat containing Ebenezer Déruchette boarded the Cashmere in the roads. End of Chapter 4. For Your Wife When You Marry. Section 96 of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by John Greenman. Chapter 5. The Great Tomb. Gilliatt followed the water's edge, passed rapidly into St. Pierre Port, then set out again for St. Sampson along the seashore, shunning encounters, avoiding the roads, which were full of peasants through his achievement. As the reader knows, he had long had a way of his own of traversing the country in every direction without being seen by anyone. He knew the paths. He had made for himself isolated and winding routes. He had the wild habits of the being who feels himself disliked. He held aloof. He had taken this turn when a small child on perceiving the scant welcome in the faces of men, and it had afterwards become his instinct to remain apart. He passed the Esplanade, then the Salerie. From time to time he turned round and looked behind him at the roadstead and at the Cashmere, which had just set sail. There was but little wind. Gilliatt went faster than the Cashmere. Gilliatt walked along the rocks on the extreme edge of the water with bowed head. The flood tide was beginning to rise. At a certain moment he halted, and, turning his back to the sea, he gazed for several minutes at a clump of oak trees beyond the rocks which concealed the road of Laval. They were the oaks of the spot called the Basse Maison. There, in days gone by, Déruchette's finger had written his name, Gilliatt, on the snow. That snow had melted long ago. He pursued his path. The day was more charming than any that there had hitherto been that year. There was something nuptial about the morning. It was one of those spring days when Maine lavishes herself wholly. Creation seems to have no other object than to give itself a festival and to make its own happiness. Beneath all the sounds of the forest, as well as of the village, of the wave as well as of the atmosphere, there was a sound of cooing. The first butterflies were alighting on the first roses. All was new in nature, the grasses, the mosses, the leaves, the perfumes, the rays. It seemed as though the sun had never shone thus before. The pebbles were freshly washed. The profound song of the trees was sung by birds born yesterday. It is probable that their eggshells, broken by their tiny beaks, still lay in the nest. Newly fledged birds rustled among the trembling branches. They were singing their first song. They were winging their first flight. There was a sweet chatter of all at once: hoopoes, tomtits, woodpeckers, goldfinches, bullfinches, sparrows, and thrushes. The lilacs, lilies of the valley, daphnes, wisteria, formed an exquisite mixture in the ditches. A very pretty water lentil, which grows at Guernsey, covered the pools with a carpet of emerald. The wagtails and apple-tree strippers, who make such pretty little nests, were bathing in them. Through the gaps in the vegetation the blue sky was visible. Some wanton clouds were pursuing each other in the azure with nymph-like undulations. One fancied that one felt the passage of kisses wafted by invisible mouths. Not an old wall but what had its bouquet of wallflowers, like a bridegroom. The plum trees were in blossom. The cytisus bushes were in blossom. White piles which shone and yellow piles which sparkled were visible through the interlacing branches. The spring cast all its silver and all its gold into the immense basket of the foliage. The new shoots were all of a fresh green. Cries of welcome were heard in the air. It was the moment of the swallow's arrival. The clusters of furze bordered the slopes of the hollow roads while waiting for the clusters of the hawthorn. The beautiful and the pretty were good neighbors. The superb was completed by the graceful. The great did not embarrass the little. Not a note of the concert was lost. Microscopic magnificences were in their own plane, in the vast universal beauty, All was distinguishable, as in limpid water. Everywhere a divine fullness of a mysterious swelling allowed one to guess at the violent and unseen effort of the sap at work. That which shone more. That which loved became more loving. There was something of the hymn in the flower, and of radiance in the noise. The great diffuse harmony was expanding. That which is beginning to dawn invited that which is beginning to gush forth. An impulse which came from below, and which came also from on high, moved hearts vaguely, susceptible as they are to the scattered and subterranean influence of germs. The flower gave obscure promise of fruit. Every virgin meditated. The reproductions of beings, designed by the immense soul of the gloom, was roughly outlined in the irradiation of things. Betrothal was going on everywhere. There were marriages without end. Life, which is the female, united with the infinite, which is the male. The weather was beautiful, light, warm. Through the hedges in the enclosures, laughing and playing children could be seen. Some of them were playing hopscotch. The apple trees, peach trees, cherry trees, and pear trees covered the orchards with their heaps of pale or crimson tufts. In the grass, cowslips, periwinkles, yarrow, daisies, hyacinths, amaryllis, violets, and veronicas. Blue borage and yellow iris warmed with those pretty little pink stars which always flourish in a troop, and which for that reason are called the companions. Creatures all gilded ran among the stones. House leeks in flower empurpled the thatched roofs. The toilers of the hives were out. The bee was at work. Space was full of the murmur of seas and the humming of flies. Nature, permeable to the springtime, was moist with voluptuousness. When Gilliatt reached St. Sampson, there was no water as yet at the head of the port, and he could traverse it dry-shod, unperceived behind the hulls of the vessels under repair. A cordon of flat stones placed at regular intervals facilitated his passage. Gilliatt was not noticed. The crowd was at the other end of the port, near the entrance of Les Bravées. There his name was in every mouth. They were talking so much about him that they paid no attention to him. Gilliatt passed by, concealed to some degree by the noise which he had created. From afar he beheld the paunch at the place where he had moored it, the smokestack of the engine between its four chains, a movement of carpenters at work, confused forms going and coming, and he heard the joyous and thundering voice of Mess Lethierry giving his orders. He plunged into the small lanes. There was no one behind Les Bravées, all curiosity being in front. Gilliatt took the path which skirted the low wall of the garden. He halted in the corner where grew the wild mallow. Again he beheld the stone where he had sat. Again he saw the wooden bench where Déruchette had sat. He gazed at the center of the walk where he had seen the two shadows, who had disappeared, embrace. He set out again. He ascended the hill of the Château du Val, then redescended it, and directed his course towards the Butte de la Rue. Ume Paradis was deserted. His house was just as he had left it that morning after dressing to go to Saint-Pierre-Port. A window was open. Through this window the bagpipe could be seen, hanging to a nail in the wall. On the table could be seen the small Bible given by way of thanks to Gilliatt by a stranger, who was Ebenezer. The key was in the door. Gilliatt stepped up, laid his hand on that key, double-locked the door, put the key in his pocket, and walked off. He went, not in the direction of the land, but of the sea. He traversed his garden diagonally by the shortest path, with no precautions for the beds, but taking care, however, not to crush the sea kale which he had planted there because it was a favorite with Déruchette. He crossed the parapet and descended among the rocks. He began to follow, still following the long and narrow line of reefs which connected the Buleaux with that great obelisk of granite in the middle of the sea, which is called the Beast's Horn. It was there that the chair of Guillemot was situated. He strode from one ridge of rocks to another, like a giant on the crests of mountains. Taking such strides on the crest of reefs resembles walking on the ridge of a roof. A fisherwoman who was prowling barefoot among the pools of water some distance off, and who was just coming on shore, called to him, "Take care, the tide is rising." He continued to advance. On reaching that great rock at the point, the Horn, which formed a pinnacle in the sea, he halted. The land ended there. It was the extremity of the little promontory. He looked. In the offing a few boats were anchored and fishing. From time to time one could see silver dripping in streams in the sunlight, which indicated the drawing of the nets from the water. The Cashmere had not yet arrived opposite St. Sampson. She had spread her main topsail. She was between Herm and Jetu. Gilliatt turned the corner of the rock. He arrived under the chair of Guillemot at the foot of that sort of abrupt staircase which, less than 3 months previously, he had aided Ebenezer to descend. He ascended it. The greater part of the steps were already under water. 2 or 3 only were still dry. He climbed them. These steps led to the chair Guillemot. He reached the chair, looked at it for a moment, covered his eyes with his hand, and allowed it to glide slowly from one eyebrow to the other, a gesture by which one seems to wipe out the past. Then he seated himself in that hollow of the rock, with the cliff behind his back and the ocean under his feet. The Cashmere was at that moment coming abreast of the great round submerged tower, guarded by a sergeant and a cannon, which marks in the channel the halfway point between Herm and St. Pierre Port. Above Gilliatt's head, in the crevices, some rock flowers waved. The water was blue as far as the eye could reach. The wind being east, there was but little surf around Sark, of which only the western side is visible from Guernsey. France could be seen in the distance, like a mist, and the long yellow ribbon of the sands of Carteret. Now and then a white butterfly floated past. Butterflies have a mania for flying over the sea. The breeze was very light. All that blue, below as well as above, was motionless. No quiver agitated those serpentine shapes of a paler or darker azure which mark the concealed lines of the shoals on the surface of the sea. The Cashmere, which was but little aided by the wind, had hoisted her studding sails in order to catch the breeze. She was covered with canvas, but the wind being abeam, the studding sails compelled her to hug the coast of Guernsey very closely. She had passed the St. Sampson beacon. She reached the hill of the Chateau du Val. The moment was at hand when she would double the point of the Butte de la Rue. Gilliatt watched her approach. The air and the water seemed lulled to sleep. The tide was rising, not by waves, but by swelling. The level of the water rose without palpitation. The stifled sound of the open sea resembled the breathing of an infant. In the direction of the harbor of St. Sampson, small dull blows of hammers, were heard. It was probably the carpenters preparing the tackle and gear for removing the engine from the boat. These sounds hardly reached Gilliatt because of the mass of granite against which his back was placed. The Cashmere approached with the slowness of a phantom. Gilliatt waited. All at once a rippling sound and a sensation of cold made him look down. The water touched his feet. He lowered his eyes, then raised them again. The Cashmere was quite close at hand. The cliff in which the rain had hollowed out the chair Guillemur was so vertical, and the depth of water was so great there, that ships could without danger, in calm weather, sail within a few cables' lengths of the rock. The Cashmere arrived. She rose up and seemed to grow out of the water. It was like the enlargement of a shadow. The rigging stood out black against the sky in the magnificent rocking of the sea. The long veils which had been thrown across the sun for a moment became almost rosy and assumed an ineffable transparency. The waves murmured indistinctly. Not a sound troubled the magnificent slipping along of this form. One could see all on deck as though one were there oneself. The Cashmere almost grazed the rock. The helmsman was at the rudder, a cabin boy was climbing the shrouds, several passengers, leaning on the bulwarks, were contemplating the serenity of the weather. The captain was smoking, but Gilliatt saw nothing of all this. On the deck there was one corner full of sunlight. It was on this point his eyes were fixed. In that sunlight were Ebenezer and Déruchette. They were seated close to each other. They were crouching down gracefully side by side, like two birds warming themselves in a ray of midday sun, on one of those benches covered with a small tarred awning which well-ordered vessels offer to passengers, and upon which one reads, when the vessel is English, "For ladies only." Déruchette's head was on Ebenezer's shoulder. Ebenezer's arm was passed around Déruchette's waist. They were holding each other's hands, fingers interlaced in fingers. The shades between one angel and another were discernible on those two exquisite faces formed of innocence. One was the more virginal, the other more star-like. Their chaste embrace was expressive. All of marriage was there, and also all purity. That seat was already an alcove, and almost a nest. At the same time it was a halo, the sweet halo of love fleeing in a cloud. The silence was celestial. Ebenezer's eyes returned thanks, and contemplated. Déruchette's lips moved, and in that charming silence, as the wind was blowing on shore, at the rapid moment when the sloop was gliding past, a few fathoms from the chair Guillemur, Gilliatt heard Déruchette's tender and delicate voice saying, "Look, it seems as though there were a man on the rock." This apparition passed. The Cashmere left the point of the Butte de la Rue behind her, and plunged into the deep ripples of the waves. In less than a quarter of an hour her masts and sails described upon the water only a sort of white obelisk growing ever smaller on the horizon. The water reached Gilliatt's knees. He watched the sloop sail away. The breeze freshened on the open sea. He could see the Cashmere hoist her lower studding sails and staysails in order to profit by this increase of wind. The Cashmere was already beyond the waters of Guernsey. Gilliatt never took his eyes from it. The water came to his waist. The tide was rising. Time was passing. The seagulls and cormorants flew uneasily around him. One would have said that they were seeking to warn him. Perhaps in those flocks of birds there was some seagull which had come from the Douvres and had recognized him. An hour elapsed. The wind from the open sea did not make itself felt in the roadstead, but the Cashmere dwindled rapidly. From all appearances the sloop was going at full speed. She was already nearly abreast of the Casquette. There was no foam around the rock of Guillemur. No wave beat the granite. The water swelled peacefully. It had almost reached Gilliatt's shoulders. Another hour elapsed. The Cashmere was now beyond the waters of Origny. The Ortac rock concealed her for a moment. She passed behind the rock, then came out again as from an eclipse. The sloop fled away to the north. She gained the open sea. She was nothing but a point now, with the scintillation of a light owing to the sun. The birds threw little cries at Gilliatt. Only his head was now visible. Gilliatt, motionless, watched the Cashmere as she vanished. The tide was nearly full. Evening was drawing on. Behind Gilliatt in the roadstead some fishing boats were returning. Gilliatt's eye, fastened to the sloop in the distance, remained fixed. That fixed eye resembled nothing that can be seen upon earth. In that calm and tragic pupil there lay the inexpressible. That gaze contained the entire quantity of appeasement which an unrealized dream leaves. It was the melancholy acceptance of another's accomplishment. The flight of a star must be followed by similar looks. From moment to moment celestial darkness increased beneath those lids whose visual ray remained fixed upon a point in space. The immense tranquillity of the shadow rose in Gilliatt's deep eyes at the same time as the infinite water around the rock of Guilledolumur. The Cashmere, which had become invisible, was now a speck mingled with the mist. One needed to know where it was in order to be able to distinguish it. Little by little this speck, which was no longer a form, grew pale. Then it dwindled, then it disappeared. At the moment when the vessel vanished on the horizon, the head disappeared under water. There was nothing left but the sea. End of Chapter 5, The Great Tomb, and end of The Toilers of the Sea by Victor Hugo, read by John Greenman.